Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the first meeting of the Planning and Environment Committee. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Wak, and Attawandaron. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. Quick note for those joining us, the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pacpec@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. I see a couple of councillors visiting with us today. Councillor Trussow and Councillor Pribble. Just for your information, you're welcome to join in our conversation today, but I will give committee members first crack at it, and then we'll go to you. So welcome. And do we have Corinna online? Corinna, there's Corinna.
Yes.
And I see Councillor Rahman has joined us as well, so welcome, Councillor.
Thank you.
So I will call the meeting to order. First note is I will ask for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, I will move to the next item, election of vice chair. Deputy Mayor Lewis has expressed interest in serving this guard to me, so I will ask Deputy Mayor, are you still willing to put your name forward?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And then I will ask the committee if there are any others interested in. Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, I would like to put Councillor Skylar Frank's name forward.
Any others?
Oh, no, I did not. Okay, send me the link.
So we have we have two candidates for position of vice chair. I will go to the clerk to initiate our voting procedure.
Through the chair, thank you. I will open up the vote. You will be allowed to vote for up to one person. Let's make sure I've got that right. Frank Lewis, okay. Closing the vote, Councillor Lewis received 60% of the votes.
Deputy Mayor, congratulations, and thank you, Councillor Frank, for putting your name forward. Appreciate it. What's that?
I called him Councillor. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I have to make a motion to
Yes.
that motion. So I would look for someone to make a motion and second that appointment of Deputy Mayor Lewis as vice chair. Councillor Hillier makes a motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call the vote. What's that?
I'm not off to a good start.
Should keep that off.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
We will now move on to the consent items. In orientation, the new counselors and those counselors returning were introduced to a system that we had in practice in the previous term. And that is if consent items, if you're looking to debate them or vote against the recommendation by staff, you will ask that be pulled, and we will put it into items for direction. And the reason for that is that we do not delay those in the public that are here for PPMs during the evening. You don't have to pull it if you're generally if you're in consent with it, and you can still able to make comments or questions to the items after we move and second them. So I have not heard of any items to be pulled. I will ask committee members right now if they're looking for any items to be pulled. Okay, I see none. Then I will look for a mover and a seconder. I see Councillor Hillier and Councillor Frank. And so I'll open it up to the committee for any comments or questions that you might have. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, just a very brief question to our staff on 2.1 and 2.2 together, the building division monthly reports. Obviously, we're seeing the numbers down a little bit from last year, but last year was also a historic year with record high applications and permit issuances. I'm just wondering through you to our staff, how is that impacting our ability to meet our statutory deadlines in terms of application processing? I know we still have some staffing gaps, and at one point we were definitely struggling. Are we closing that gap as a result of the reduction in applications this year?
And I'll go to Mr. Mathers on that.
The chair, Peter Corus, who's our chief building official, is here. He drafted those two reports, so he provided a short explanation on the building side. I can tell you that we are continuing to have struggles on the staffing side as far as recruitment. It does seem that it's very difficult both in the planning and the building areas to get some of those individuals with those backgrounds. So we're looking at new ways of trying to get those folks at the City of London. So we are still challenged on that. As far as meeting our statutory requirements for timing on the planning side, you will see that there's a report that we'll speak to later on that's going to have a short discussion on that. It's regarding the Bill 109. But as far as the building side, I'll let Peter speak to that.
Thank you, Scott. And through the chair, Councillor Lewis is correct. Last year, we saw volumes with all-time records. Just to throw some numbers out, our construction value of the permits, total permits issued, reached $1.63 billion. The number of units created as a result of all the permits issued was just shy one. We didn't quite hit 4,000, but 3,999. And again, that is an all-time record. What we're seeing this year is a slight decline on the applications coming in, primarily on the single detached dwelling side and residential, I may say. However, to throw a little bit of a monkey wrench at this, if you will, development charges are going up January 1st by 15.6%. So what that has entailed is a spike in the applications coming in for single detached dwelling. We've worked with industry and we've stated that by November 30th, those applications have to be in order that we process them before the end of the year. So that is our newest challenge. The other piece of that is on the issue of how well we are doing with processing. We are at about 77% right now with respect to issuing, and that's for single detached dwelling applications on time. And when I say on time, that may be not exactly the 10 business days prescribed by legislation. It might be 1 or 2 days later, but nonetheless, regardless of whether it's 1 or 2 days later or 3, those numbers are still there. So we're at 77%. And as Mr. Mathers just mentioned too, our staffing challenges are still ongoing. We are just under 60% of fully qualified and fully staffed in the plan examination area right now. We are constantly recruiting with job openings on our board. London, like any other municipality in Ontario, has seen challenges with respect to finding qualified staff. And speaking with my CBO counterparts in 42 other municipalities, we share the same pain. But we are trying to look at ways to encourage fully qualified folks to apply to the City of London. And we are also on the other spectrum looking at improvements through our portal when it comes to application submission to ensure that applications are complete when they are being made, so that lessens frustration from staff, but also lessens processing time, because we don't have to keep reaching out to the applicants and constantly reminding them that they're missing document X or document Y. So we're focusing on the other end, again, on completeness of applications as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kokoris. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that answer, very detailed, and obviously every chance I get, whether it's with Mr. Shepherd at Western or Mr. Devlin at Fanshawe, I'll keep encouraging them to get students into that education stream.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have a question on 2.5, which is the 3-year extension. I'm supportive of the consent item going forward, but I understand that this is the 4th request for a 3-year extension. Just a question for you to staff. Are there limits to how many extensions we can have on these subdivisions? And as we approve a 3-year extension, I know Bill 23 is top of mind, especially here at Planning Committee. Will there be public notice given for public participation when this eventually comes forward, as we know it?
Mr. Mathers.
Thank you very much. I'll let Heather McNeely, who's the acting director of planning and development, handle that question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. There is no extension limits. It's based on at the direction of council to decide upon that. With each change that comes through with the nature of the changes, we do identify changes to conditions. Some may fall off and some are modified based on the current standards and regulations before us.
Thank you. Councillor? Oh, sorry, Ms. McNeely, did I?
Yes, and Mr. Page may want to respond in a little bit more detail.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Chair. Further that, this is the final phase for this subdivision, and we're anticipating development to come shortly with this one. We have them coming in for engineering review, so this probably won't go around to the next cycle, so it should be dealt with within this 3-year period. Again, that's left up to the developer, and as Ms. McNeely pointed out, we don't have a limit on it, but it's my understanding that they're bringing this one forward.
Councillor?
Yeah, and as a follow-up to that, will there be a public participation when this comes forward?
Okay, over to staff.
Through Mr. Chair, there won't be a public participation. They're already approved. This is it's draft approved. They're coming in with the phase as it is, as is illustrated in the staff report. They're not asking for any red line revisions. The lotting plan as such, there's a medium density block that would come in for site plan. There is a lot that's adjacent to it, fronting onto Wonderland Road, that may have the opportunity from access from this subdivision, so it won't have access onto Wonderland Road. But there won't be a public participation meeting in the future for these lands.
Counselor?
Yeah, I want to thank Scav. I think it's good information that can be shared with the public this evening. And with that, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind those attending here, committee members, that button that we have, you can press it to flip back and forth to the other screen that we see behind us. I'll go to Councillor Pribble.
Through the chair, question for Mr. Kokaras. You've mentioned the automation of the application process. Do you have any timeline on catching up on the existing ones that have been received in the past, and also when we can catch up? And also the second part, when can we start on the new ones? Any timeline in perspective?
Mr. Kokoris? Can't hear you.
So I'll just jump in if we can't hear Peter there, just to make sure that we can keep moving. So we are currently undertaking a number of different efforts to become more, increasing the capability of receiving electronic submissions. Through COVID has been a huge improvement for us as far as being able to receive those submissions. And we have an existing portal. The next step is to actually improve it so that it becomes something that's simpler for the public to use, but also something that has more checks and balances in it, so that we ensure that what's being submitted is going to be able to be approved in a timely fashion. So my understanding is that the next phase is going to be rolling out in the next couple months. So we can get back to the councillor and let him know exactly the time frame. I'll just confirm that with Peter.
Councillor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will, I think, be touching again on that when we get down to items for direction, a bit on process. So there'll be a chance for councillors to go to staff with a few more questions in that area. Any other comments or questions before we vote on consent items? So we have a mover and a seconder, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will now items. The first item, 3.1, is a public participation meeting regarding 3207 White Oak Road and 2927 Petty Road. I'd like to call on staff to offer a brief presentation on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This meeting is to consider an application for proposed draft plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw by White Rock Village Incorporated. This is a residential development proposal located at 3195, 3207 White Oak Road and 2927 Petty Road, generally west of White Oak Road and south of Petty Road. The policies of the London Plan require that public notice be given and that a public meeting be held for vacant land condominiums. Notice of application and notice of public meeting were sent to property owners in the surrounding area. The purpose of this meeting is to report to the approval authority any issues or concerns raised with respect to the application for draft plan of vacant land condominium and concurrent application for site plan approval. The plan consists of 87 cluster townhouse units with access from Petty Road, with a maximum density of 48 units per hectare and a common element for access to driveways and services. The current zoning of the property is Urban Reserve 4. The existing dwellings are permitted use on the lands. The Urban Reserve Zone is intended to protect large tracts of land from premature subdivision and development to provide for future comprehensive development on these lands. The applicant is proposing a residential R5 special provision zone to permit cluster housing in the form of townhouse dwelling units and a reduced exterior side yard setback of 1.2 meters, a rear yard second story deck setback of 4.1 meters, and a rear yard depth 6 meters with a density of 48.4 units per hectare. The proposed form of cluster townhouse dwellings is consistent with existing uses and densities in the area and will not impact abutting uses. The plans and building elevations have been reviewed by staff and are generally in compliance with the city's placemaking guidelines, the North Longwoods area plan, and Southwest area secondary plan. The site planning and urban design staff are working with the proponent on the building orientation adjacent to White Oak Road in recognition that this is a key infill location with regards to the abutting neighborhood to the north. If there are any questions from committee regarding the staff report, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, made my first mistake.
You're good.
We need to open up the public participation meeting. So I'll look for a mover. Councillor Hopkins, seconder, Deputy Mayor Lewis, and I'll call the vote on that.
That's my mistake. You're doing it now. Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So now I'll ask committee members if they have any technical questions for staff right now, just technical questions. Any hands up? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on to the applicant. I'll remind the applicant, you have 5 minutes and I will give you a warning when there's 30 seconds left. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. My name is Nick Dajak. I'm the planning consultant with Strict Baldwin Moniz and acting as the agent on this application on behalf of the owner. Firstly, thank you, Mr. Ursula, for providing the presentation. These introductions to the projects are always very helpful when we get going on these. I just wanted to quickly reiterate that you did mention that the site plan application has been also submitted, and we've been discussing this project for almost a year now with more design details and reiterations. It's been designed and engineered several times over. So we're hopeful that committee agrees with the recommendations of board approval as identified in the staff report, as we do, and allow this development to move forward to initiate this construction as soon as possible. And I'll be available for questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dajak. I'll look to committee members for any technical questions. Seeing none, we'll move on to the public. I will ask you for your name and your address, and I will remind you that you will have 5 minutes to speak. And at 30 seconds, I'll jump in and just say 30 seconds. So don't let it throw you. I ask that you respect the time limit, and also, as we go further down the list, try not to repeat what people have said before you. At the committee level, we hear what you're saying, and I think it helps you to make your point better if you keep your comments right to the things that we might not have heard or things that you feel strongly about. It helps us to hear you better. So I will have the first, I see someone at the microphone right now. I'll go to you, sir. Could you please give us your name and address?
Massan Delaware, 2951 Petty Road, London, Ontario.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to communicate our concerns regarding the proposed plan and providing access from Petty Roads to the proposed 87 townhouses. Unfortunately, I got the letter 10 days ago and was not aware of such proposal, including all the neighborhood. As I talked to the Planning and Environmental Department, I was told that the application was made on September 21st, 2021, and was mailed to the residents. I moved to my house on March 10th, 2022, and still was struggling with the address my home address as the postal code was not even set yet. I have collected the signature from the residents on Petty Roads requesting the city councillors to reject the proposed access and work on providing access from White Oak Road, which is the main road. The proposed plan will add significantly more cars accessing Petty Road, making it unsafe for our children and increasing the noise and traffic. The road currently has enough traffic. We are not against the expansion of the city or making the City of London more populated. In London, we know that we require more housing, but by taking into consideration the traffic, please let's not solve a problem by creating another problem. I hope the City Councillor will vote against proposed access from Petty Roads, or to mitigate the proposed plan to satisfy all parties. And I would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the gallery that wishes to speak to this matter? I'll ask the city clerk if there's anyone up.
21 signatures from all the residents on the Petty Roads, and I will mail them to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the clerk to see if there's anyone waiting online.
Through the chair, there is no one on Zoom waiting to speak to this issue.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask one more time for anyone who would like to speak to this matter. Okay, then I'll go to the committee to close the PPM. Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Hillier seconds.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll open up the floor now for to committee members for questions or comments. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just following up with what we heard from the public about access to an opportunity to, for access on White Oak Road, and I'd like to go through you to staff, the reasons why the access is onto Petty Road.
Okay, thank you. Was this to you, Mr. Mathers?
Sorry, actually, we'll just work with the consultant, with the either have the consultant or Sean, the city planner here, speak to the issue.
Okay.
Through the chair, through consultation through site plan, it was determined that the access of Petty would be the desired access. With the secondary access or with another access off of White Oak Road, it would cause issues with the accesses already going onto White Oak Road in that area. That's why it was determined this was the best access for the development.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before I look for a motion here? Okay, may I get a motion from the committee? Councillor Frey.
Sorry, are you asking a motion to support what the staff have recommended?
Yeah, if you can make a motion that to support the staff recommendation.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, can I have a seconder? Councillor Hopkins. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, if you would allow me, I'll be supporting this. It's intensification, it's infill, it's vacant land. It is something that we experience throughout the City of London when we do these developments, and the challenges around traffic and moving around are real for the community. But housing is needed. The access, I'm comfortable with hearing from staff that Petty Road is the better option. I would encourage the applicant in any kind of development around White Oak Road to put in the sidewalks, that connectivity. I think we've heard from residents that it's really important, which would reduce some of the traffic congestion if there's opportunities for walkability in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
On to 3.2, this is a public participation meeting regarding 2846-2870 Tocala Trail. And I will look for a motion and seconder to open the PPM. Councillor Hillier moves it and Councillor Hopkins seconds. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll go to staff for a brief presentation on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. This zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the subject site to permit the development of 4 3.5-story stacked back-to-back townhouses with 80 dwelling units, which is equivalent to a density of 70 units per hectare. The subject lands are located in the northwest quadrant of the city and are included in the Fox Hollow Community Plan. The property is located north of the Tocala Trail and Dalmagary Road intersection and is currently vacant. The subject lands are within the neighborhood's place type of the London Plan and are zoned holding residential R5-7, neighborhood facility NF1 and urban reserve UR3. The holding provisions are to address the availability of adequate municipal services and to ensure street-oriented development. In addition to the 4 buildings proposed, a surface parking lot with 124 spaces is proposed on site, providing service to all townhouse buildings. An amenity area is proposed adjacent to the west property line. The requested special provision would permit a maximum density of 70 units per hectare, whereas 60 is the maximum permitted. At this location, the London Plan permits a range of residential uses, including stacked townhouses and low-rise apartments. The maximum permitted height is 3 stories, with the potential for an upper maximum of 4 stories. The requested height of 3.5 stories and a density of 70 units per hectare is in keeping with the policies of the London Plan. Similar land uses and levels of intensity are proposed south of Tocala Trail and are currently existing west of the subject site. In this context, stacked townhouses are not out of place in the neighborhood. The placement of the building close to the street encourages a street-oriented design with direct pedestrian access from the units onto Tocala Trail. Through the development review process, staff have determined that the proposed residential development would be an appropriate land use on the subject site and have also identified the holding provision to ensure that an archaeological assessment of the entire property is conducted. The recommended amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the enforced policies of the London Plan. The recommended amendment would facilitate the development of an underutilized site with the land use intensity and form that is appropriate for this location. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Badana. We'll go to committee members. Are there any technical questions? Councillor Frank.
So on page 147 of the report, the PEC agenda, one of the comments from the community was requesting, could there be consideration for pedestrian and bike lane running the length of the western portion of the site plan? And I was just wondering if staff had given that consideration and if there was an answer to that question.
Yep, through you, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we had considered pedestrian pathways, the running north to south, and this would be addressed through the site plan application process. We had discussed having a shared pathway with the property abutting this parcel to the west, and we decided that it would be finalized through the SPA process.
Thank you. Councillor?
Through you, Chair. One question I had as well on page 148. So parkland dedication is required in the form of cash in lieu. I'm just wondering, given the impacts of Bill 23, my understanding is that we won't be able to collect parkland dedication fees. So I'm just wondering if, I know this is probably, unfortunately, we don't know what's going to happen because Bill 23 is so new, but I'm just wondering if that has been given consideration, if like we could add more green space to this location if we're not able to do cash in lieu moving forward.
Ms. Bedanda, I realize that the bill has not been passed yet, so we're kind of in a bit of a limbo here. But if you could respond to the councillor's question, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We haven't had a chance to review all of the impacts of Bill 23 as yet, but the applicants have provided, I think, 41% of landscape open space on site, and we are asking for vegetative screening of any exposed parking spaces along Torcola Trail, but we will work with them to have more landscape open space on site.
Thank you, Ms. Bedanda. Councillor? Thank you. Any other questions, technical questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, just following up on the pathway, in the recommendation B3I is, they're not calling for a gate. If you could just explain a little bit on the reasoning with not putting in a gate to the pathway.
Ms. Bedanda.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if could just defer that to Mr. Pease in site plan.
Mr. Pease.
Thank you. Through the chair. Gates are generally looked at as being prohibitive in nature, and this was ideally, I believe, a former school block. So the connection was already there from the stormwater pond to the north. In combination with the other recommendation to the site plan approval authority for seeking a multi-use or a pathway through the site along the east or west lot line, a gate would kind of further that prohibitive nature of it. So I think a gate would allow for that seamless transition down to Torcola.
Thank you.
Sorry, the removal of the gate or prohibiting a gate.
Thank you, Mr. Pease. Councillor?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. All right, looks like we're finished with our technical questions for staff. I'll go to the applicant and remind the applicant they have 5 minutes to present. I'll give you a 30-second warning.
Mr. Chair, Jay McGuffin, Monteith Brown Planning Consultants, Principal Planner here on behalf of the applicant, Foxwood Developments. Had an opportunity to review the staff report and the recommendations, and we are in agreement with the recommendations of the report, and we'll make ourselves available to respond to any questions as they arise through the public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Technical. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I will go to the public now and remind folks that ask for their name and address, and we give them 5 minutes with a 30-second warning. I don't see anyone in the gallery wishing to speak to this. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Through the chair, there's no one on Zoom.
Okay, I'll give a few more seconds here. Okay, I'll go to committee for a motion to close the PPM. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins, and seconder, Councillor Hillier. Thank you. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'll go to committee now for questions or comments, or if someone would like to, that would be entertained as well. Councillor Hillier?
I will move the staff recommendation.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Frank. Comments or questions on the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, if I can make a comment, I'll be supporting the recommendation. It is higher intensification that is allowed, but then again, it's close to commercial, it's close to a bus route, so it is an appropriate intensification for this area, and it works with the surrounding neighborhood as well.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members or those councillors that are in attendance as well? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 3.3. This is a public participation meeting regarding 870-922 Medway Park Drive. I will look for a mover to open the PPM. Councillor Hillier, a seconder for that. Councillor Frank, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for a brief presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Melanie Vivian, Site Development Planner. So the item before us is a zoning bylaw amendment application pertaining to the property municipally addresses 870 to 922 Medway Park Drive. The requested amendment is to rezone the site to facilitate a 3-story, 43-unit cluster townhouse development with frontage along Medway Park Drive. There is an existing holding zone on the site which will remain on lands at this time until we have a signed development agreement to extend the services. Special provisions are requested to establish a minimum and maximum front yard depth and to regulate an east interior side yard depth, a west interior side yard depth, as well as a rear, east, and west second-story deck setback. The lands are located in the neighborhood's place type with frontage along the neighborhood connector, which permits the use of townhouses. Intensity for the site is measured using minimums and maximums for height. The proposed development at 3 stories is within the standard maximum height permitted. It is also worth noting that the height of the proposed townhouses will not exceed the original maximum height of the current restricted office zone for the lands, being 12 meters. We did receive some comments from the public, mainly parking and traffic were of concern from neighboring residents. It is noted that the site, as proposed, exceeds the minimum parking requirements of the zoning bylaw, as well as provides for parking at a rate of 1 space, for visitor parking, at a rate of 1 space for every 10 units in accordance with the site plan control bylaw. As such, staff is recommending approval of the requested amendment to rezone the subject lands to residential R5 special provision zone. The proposed development is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the policies of the London Plan. The recommended amendment would facilitate the development of a vacant, underutilized site with a land use and intensity that is appropriate for the lands and the surrounding context. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll go to staff for any technical questions. Seeing none, I'll go to the applicant and remind the applicant that they have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mike Pletch. I'm with Dillon Consulting. I'm the project manager, and we are the agent for the applicant, Bandman Developments. I'll just add that I support the staff report. This is an infill subdivision. These lands are vacant. They've been empty for a long time. The reason they've been empty is because there's no servicing on Medway Park Drive, which is why you saw the holding provision. So our client is willing to install the sanitary servicing water main, which will unlock these lands for development and potentially lands across the street. I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll go to the committee for any technical questions for the applicant. Seeing none, I will go to the public. Remind the public they have 5 minutes and I will give them a 30-second warning. I don't see anyone in the gallery wishing to speak to this. I will go to the clerk to see if they have anyone online.
Sohail Khan, are you still available? There is no one on the Zoom call at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Khan, I'll give you a few seconds if you are having trouble connecting. Okay, I'll go to the committee to look for a motion to close the PPM. Thank you, Councillor Hillier, and seconder, Councillor Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all for questions, comments, or if anyone would like to make a motion as well. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hillier. We have a motion on the floor. Look for any comments or questions. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, and I'll be supporting the recommendation. I understand there is that holding provision for those sewers and water. I think that's important and really want to thank the applicant for bringing this forward. It is an underutilized site and it's a good fit, and glad to see some amenity space there for the development as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We are now, and this is regarding 338 Bowler Road. I will look to the committee to open the PPM. Councillor Hillier made a motion. Councillor Hopkins seconds. I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Brief presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Melanie Vivian, Site Development Planner again. So this one is a zoning bylaw amendment application pertaining to the property municipally addressed as 338 Bowler Road. The requested amendment here is to rezone the site to facilitate a two-story fourplex with parking at the rear. The subject lands are currently vacant with a frontage of approximately 20 meters along Bowler Road. Special provisions are requested to regulate a minimum front yard depth and a minimum rear and interior side yard parking area setback. The lands are located in neighborhood place type with frontage along a civic boulevard, which permits the use of a fourplex. Again, the intensity of the site is measured in height using minimums and maximums. The proposed development at 2 stories is within the standard maximum height permitted. Parking on site is accommodated at 1 space per unit, along with 1 barrier-free stall at the rear of the site, which does exceed the standards of the zoning bylaw. Parking was a concern from residents. However, as noted, the site exceeds the standards of the minimum parking requirements, so there are no concerns from that regard. The lands are located in the low-density residential designation of the 1989 official plan, which contemplates intensity up to 75 units per hectare. To accommodate parking at the rear of the site, in keeping with the London Plan policies for minimum setbacks to the street, tree removals were required along the rear property boundary. The applicant and staff worked closely with the church at the rear to receive this letter of consent for tree removals. It is noted that as part of the application, we have requested a board-on-board fence that exceeds the standards of the site plan control bylaw to ensure that privacy is maintained, as well as for increased landscaping where possible. As such, staff is recommending approval of the requested amendment to rezone the subject land to a residential R3 special provision zone. The proposed development is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the policies of the London Plan and the 1989 official plan. The recommended amendment would facilitate the development of a vacant, underutilized site with land use intensity and form that is appropriate for the lands and surrounding context. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vivian. Any technical questions for our staff? Seeing none, I will go to the applicant. In 5 minutes, I'll give you a warning at 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Robert Brown, Oakview Land Use Planning. I'm the agent for the applicant Alma Village. We are in full agreement with the comments and feedback from Ms. Vivian's report to the committee, and are looking forward to moving forward with this development. We believe the site is very well located with a great deal of supportive amenities in the area, along with daily services. So we're happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'll go to the committee for any technical questions. Seeing none, I will go to the public now, reminding folks that they have 5 minutes to address us. I see none in the gallery. I'll ask the clerk if there are any online.
Through the chair, there's no one on Zoom.
Thank you. And I'll look to committee members to close the PPM. Councillor Hillier making a motion. May I have a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Lewis, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll go to for comments, questions, motions. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a development in Ward 9, and I do have a quick question for you to staff about the trees. I know, I'm just sort of curious, how many trees are coming down, and is there a tree preservation plan, or what is the landscaping plan? Through you.
Ms. Vivian.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just pulling up the tree preservation plan now. So we did receive a tree preservation plan as well as a landscape plan. Through the site plan approval process, we will work on refining any revisions that are required. We do have the letter of consent from the church at the rear to cut down those boundary trees. Just give me a quick second. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like 4 trees are proposed to be removed from the site there.
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure I understood the removal of the trees, and really appreciate the applicant working with the church to get that consent. I think it's really important. This is a very treed lot. It is underutilized. I am going to be supporting the recommendation for the fourplex, but I think it's being a challenge, and really, again, thank the church and the applicant for working together to get that consent, but the opportunities to sort of the landscaping and put back the trees. This is Byron. We love our trees in this area, and I know it is a bit of a challenge when we see them come down for the community to sort of, understand the process that's being taken to date. So again, it's a good infill. I am looking forward to the work that will be done along this road on Bowler, with sidewalks and that connectivity as we intensify along Bowler Road. So again, thank the applicant.
Thank you, Councillor. There's no question there, right? It's just comments, correct?
Yeah, just a lot of comments.
I just want to make you reference the applicant, so I just want to make sure that you didn't have one hanging out there before.
No,
Okay.
but I will be moving the staff.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a mover. May I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Lewis. We have a motion now on the floor. Any comments or questions before I call the vote? I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to the PPM for 6092 Pack Road. I'll look to committee to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Staff for a presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Stuart Felson, Site Development Planner. This application starts on page 203 of the agenda. The zoning bylaw amendment pertains to the property located at 6092 Pack Road. As seen on page 207, the subject site is on the north side of Pack Road, east of Regiment Road. The site currently has a 20th century single attached dwelling on site, which was recently designated with rear accessory structures. The attached garage and accessory structures would be removed, whereas the house would remain. For the concept plan, please see page 208. The amendment is to facilitate 5 2.5 story townhouse buildings and 6 3.5 story back-to-back stacked townhouse buildings with a total of 40 units. The applicant is requesting a residential R6-5 zone with special provisions, including prohibiting apartment buildings as a permitted use, including a minimum rear yard setback of 6.0 meters and a maximum density of 45 units per hectare. Pages 208 and 209 show the proposed elevations. Additional special provisions recommended by staff include an increased minimum front yard setback of 13.3 meters and 15.8 meters, and a minimum separation distance from the heritage dwelling of 3.9 and 5.0 meters. No dwelling would be permitted in the interior side yard beside the heritage dwelling. Staff are recommending a general H holding provision to ensure services are available. Staff are recommending approval for the zoning bylaw amendment to a holding residential R6 special provision zone. The recommended amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the London Plan, and is consistent with the policies of the Southwest Area Secondary Plan. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from staff technical? Councillor Frank?
So I'm new, and through the chair, so my question might be redundant, but I'm just wondering why it's prohibited uses, it's prohibiting apartment buildings. I just don't understand the background on that.
That's because
Mr. Felson?
Oh, pardon me. That's because the base R6 zone otherwise permits apartment uses, and as intended by the applicant, they wanted to ensure neighborhood concerns are addressed by prohibiting apartment uses, so that's not going to happen.
Councillor Frank? Okay, Councillor Hopkins?
Technical questions, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you,
Technical questions,
Mr.
yes.
Chair. And I know we've just received a revised staff report. I just want to understand what has changed to what we originally received is my first question.
Mr. Filson, can you kind of put in summary the need for the revised report?
Yeah, if I'm to defer to Mike Corby.
Mr. Corby?
Through the chair, thank you. And I just want to confirm with Councillor Hopkins, is it the updated report or the updated bylaw you just received?
Councillor?
It says revised staff report.
Okay, thank you. So the revised staff report was basically to respond to the potential changes in height to the structures at the street. So a 3-story structure will have a 13.3 meter setback from the front lot line and a 3.9 meter spatial separation distance between the heritage building, where a 4-story structure will have a larger setback being 15, sorry, don't quote me, 15.6, I want to say, and 5 meters between the spatial separation. So those are the changes and updates were made to the body of the report to reflect those changes, but it's just to respond to the varying heights and provide the appropriate setbacks for those differences.
Councillor?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And if I could just have a follow-up to that. When we build around heritage buildings, what are the distances? Do they vary because it's a heritage building, or is it sort of dealt with through the negotiations of this application? Just how are we regulated when we build around a heritage building? Sorry about that.
No, that's a good question. Mr. Corby.
Yeah, through the chair, there's no specific regulation about those separation distances. We work with the applicant, and dependent on the proposed built form, we try to come up with an appropriate distance. In this case, we felt for the 3 stories, the 3.9 was sufficient and helped maintain the heritage character of that existing building.
And so that is most likely why we're not allowing apartment buildings. Just a question.
Through the chair, I don't want to speak on the applicant's behalf, but I think it was, again, to ensure there wasn't neighborhood concerns about cluster apartment buildings being established on this property. I think it's just to give a level of assurance that nothing too large will be coming on the property, but I can let the applicant speak to that.
Thank you.
And I'll remind the councillor, these are technical questions. If you're welcome to get into that, maybe after the applicants speak. But please keep it to a technical nature. Any other questions for staff? Okay, then I will go to the applicant, reminding the applicant they have 5 minutes, and I will give you a 30-second warning.
Thank you, Chair Lehman and members of the committee. Mike Davis here. I'm a partner with Civic Planning and Design here in London and representing our clients, Magnificent Homes and Royal Premier Homes. This is a joint venture between these 2 local builders to develop this project in Southwest London in Talbot Village. I'll keep my comments very brief. We are generally and almost fully in agreement with the revised staff report that you have on your agenda and the bylaw that's being recommended. There were a few details in these zoning regulations that required some last minute back and forth between our team and city staff. I want to thank and acknowledge Mike Corby. He was great to deal with in working through some of those things, helping us to navigate those discussions very quickly. There is one minor detail that we discussed with staff that isn't reflected in the materials on the agenda. And I just want to confirm through you with staff the approach for having that additional language incorporated into the bylaw. So that's one piece. Perhaps that's a side kind of conversation. 2, in terms of the project itself, our clients are extremely excited to be moving this one forward. It's a greenfield area, but definitely one that's ripening very quickly with schools, parks, other needed infrastructure coming online. When they acquired the lands, they knew the property was listed on the Register of Potential Cultural Heritage Resources. They invested the time in having Stantec properly review the site from a heritage perspective. And with the plan that's being brought forward, it's not only retaining the full volume of that original 20th century farmhouse, we've incorporated a number of special design features into the plan so that this goes beyond actually just retaining the building. We're actually celebrating this as a heritage feature. So with those comments, I'll just conclude. I appreciate your time and consideration today. Definitely available to answer any questions that you might have.
We'll go to committee members. Any technical questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. We'll look for anybody who wants to speak to this matter. I don't see anyone in the gallery. So I'll ask clerk if there's any online.
Sean Eden.
Mr. Eden, you have 5 minutes. I will give you a heads up at 30 seconds to go. Please go ahead, state your name and address, and then you're free to go.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I think there's a confusion here. I actually am here on behalf of the property owner with Mr. Davis, so I'm not here from the public.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'll go to the clerk to see if there's any others that are wishing to speak from the public.
There's no one here.
Okay, one last call for this item. We are at 3.5 6092 Pack Road. I don't see anyone wishing to speak to that matter, so I will look to the committee to close PPM. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
closing the vote. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I will go to the committee for any motions, comments, or questions. Councillor Frank.
Again, so new committee member, so through the chair, I just have a question about prohibiting apartment buildings as a permitted use. So I did the Development Charge 101 session last week, and my understanding is we're only able to like zone for use, not for user. And I guess I'm confused about why we'd prohibit apartment buildings. And I also am wondering, I guess to follow up on that, I don't notice any community engagement comments, I don't see any emails, I don't see any responses to any community engagement. So I'm just curious, because the applicant stated that they're prohibiting apartment buildings is permitted use because of the community's response. So I'm just wondering if they could maybe speak to that a little bit.
Mr. Davis, would you want to elaborate on your decisions on what type of development you wish to proceed with?
Absolutely. Thanks, Chair Lehman. Through you to the councillor. The guiding light to any one of these development projects is the city's official plan. In this case, we've got a secondary plan in place, which is the Southwest Area Secondary Plan. That sets the stage generally for what's possible on any one of these sites. A lot of these policies that guide us in doing this type of development work are much newer than the 1993 zoning bylaw. So we don't have a zone that Foursquare implements what the official plan policy says for this site. So sometimes we run into these scenarios where we have a catch-all R6 zone that allows for a very wide range of things, but we as representatives for the applicant need to specifically tailor those zones to suit the context of the situation. So in this case, almost the entirety of the north portion of the lands are zoned as low density residential. Within the policies, apartment buildings are not permitted. So if we were to bring forward a zone that allowed for apartments, staff would have questions about that, as might members of the public. So it's kind of it's sort of a technical thing that relates to the implementation of the plan policies. That's why we did that. In the future, when you have an updated zoning bylaw that conforms to your official plan, conceivably, there's less of that. We're not sort of carving up and almost butchering these old zones to suit the context.
Councillor Frank.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or someone be willing to make a motion? Look for that, Councillor Hillier.
I will move the staff recommendation.
I have a seconder. Deputy Mayor Lewis. Before I call the vote, any final comments? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, this is another development in Ward 9, and I first of all appreciate the fact that some extra work was done here to get the revised staff report up to date, and I understand a slight detail to be done as well. I do have a couple questions around the site plan process. Just trying to get a better understanding, because there's still quite a bit of work still to be done on this application. From what I understand and looking through you to staff to sort of clarify a little bit more the importance of an EIS that still needs to be done, as well as the design peer review to be completed. And given that there's no site plan process, I wonder if we can get a better understanding. And the reason I'm going to follow up with another question is, as this continues, this go into site plan, where will, or is there an opportunity for the public to find out more information on that site plan process? I know the public, there was no response. A few letters went out, but there's a lot of development to come with this, to this area. So again, still work to be done, further clarification on that. And again, how does the public reach out to find out a little bit more of the site plan process for this application?
Mr. Filson, do you want to comment on site plan process for this particular application? There's seems to be quite a few things. The counselor is concerned for the way the public can be engaged during that process.
Mhm. And you have to forgive me. My internet's a bit choppy, so I think I heard the main points of that. But site plan control at the approval stage is a public file, so the public is welcome to hear more about that. Any changes from the proposed layout as shown would be in further conformity with site plan controls and applicable policies. For instance, if engineering noted the need for more drainage setback, then that would be a part of site plan. But the general proposal is outlined as the regulations follow. And Mike Corby may speak to or add anything else regarding that comment about EIS.
Mr. Corby?
Through the chair. So any additional environmental impact statement required would be reviewed for the site plan approval process. And it would help just define those development limits. So if anything was found of significance on the site, development would have to be moved around those features. I will defer to the applicant if they have anything else to add about the additional EISs being required at the site plan stage.
Mr. Davis, would you like to weigh in here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, appreciate the opportunity. On this site in particular, there's not been any requirements for an EIS raised by staff to date, nor would there be sort of like a policy or regulatory basis to go through an environmental impact statement. There was, through the review of the zoning bylaw amendment, Councillor Hopkins, we did a kind of a brief species at risk screening exercise. There was some comments from ecology staff noting the potential for barn swallow habitat in there's a detached structure in the rear yard that resembles a barn. So what we did is we had an ecologist attend the site, take photographs of that structure, and confirm that no species at risk exist. That would be the scope of an environmental impact study. Certainly, there's a number of technical requirements that we'll need to prepare to support the site plan control application. That will be a requirement here. Also, I can tell you that it's very likely that this development will proceed as a what's known as a vacant land condominium. That will require another public circulation process and public participation meeting before the Planning and Environment Committee. So this may not be the last that the committee's seen of this. Just to clarify.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, that's what I needed to know.
Okay.
I really do appreciate the applicant giving this information. And I want to thank the applicant too, celebrating heritage. There's not too much on Pack Road. It's an important feature, and I really appreciate the work that the applicant has done to keep that the heritage building in place. I also know that there is a heritage impact assessment as well. Obviously, working around a heritage building, this kind of development can create some vibrations, and I think it is thoughtful application as we develop along the Pack Road. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee or questions? And from the chair, I'll echo Councillor Hopkins. I appreciate the willingness of the applicant to work with staff and incorporate the heritage building in there. And yeah, I understand Councillor Hopkins' concerns on construction, but I'm confident from the the work to date by the applicant that extreme care will be exercised in this development. We have a motion on the floor and seconded, so I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We're ready to 3.6. This is regarding 931-1225 Southdale Road East. I will look to our committee members to open the PPM. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Hillier. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll go to staff for a brief review.
Good evening. This is Life Maitland here to present on file Z9544. It's a zoning bylaw amendment application made by London and Middlesex Community Housing for 931 through 1255 Southdale Road East. For the benefit of anyone following along digitally, the presentation that I'm speaking to is available on the added agenda. The development proposal is for 3 6-story apartment buildings with 167 apartment units. Including ground floor community uses at grade in those buildings. The development proposal is an infill proposal that will result in the replacement of 68 townhouse units, maintaining 98 of the existing townhouses. The site is located at the corner of Millbank Drive and Southdale Road East. The applicant is here and has provided a presentation that they're intending to speak to, so I'll keep my comments on the details of the development proposal brief. The existing zoning permissions are for an R55 zone, which allows for cluster townhouses. There's also additional permission for a daycare center on site. In accordance with the request by the applicant, the new proposed zone is for a residential R84 zone. This allows for apartment buildings and a number of other similar uses that are multifamily and of a similar density. It allows for a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, although the proposed density shown to date is in the 64 UPH range. The applicant is seeking a number of additional uses. The intention is to provide a complete community type of approach. Townhouse uses, which are not permitted in the requested base zone, are one of the additional requested uses, so as to account for the townhouses to be maintained on site. They're also intending to maintain the existing daycare center permission, as well as uses that could be used by the communities, namely community center, institution, assembly hall, conference facilities, and studio uses. There are a number of special provisions to account for the proposal as designed. Exterior yards, side yard, this would be the Southdale Road East frontage. This requested regulation allows for the development to become closer to the street and reduces or increases the potential redevelopable area and maintains amenity space within the center of the site. The height request of 18 meters allows for a 6-story, which is in accordance with the intentions for locations like this, the intersection of a Civic Boulevard neighborhood connector under the London plan. The additional community uses spoken of earlier also have a cap of 500 square meters under the proposal. And then there are some other minor regulatory adjustments to allow for structures and potential architectural projections. In conclusion, the recommendation is that the zone requested by the applicant be approved with the additional permitted uses and special provisions as noted. I'm available for any questions that council or members of the public may have. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Maitland. I'll look to committee for technical questions. Councillor Hillier.
Yes, thank you. During the public participation meeting, I was speaking about the residents that are currently living in that location and will be displaced. And I was told 16 of the 18 residents have already been located. Have the other 2 been located? That was one question. The other one is the timeline for this development. The neighbors in the area have been asking me incessantly online. And to staff, when will Southdale Road be updated for that stretch? I know we've asked before, but they keep asking me.
Through
Mr.
the
Maitland,
chair.
go ahead.
Yeah. Yep. Through the chair, I think the first two questions are best addressed to the applicant in terms of where their tenants are located and their timelines. I'm not sure who here from transportation is available to speak to any updates along Southdale.
Do we have some staff from transportation to respond to the councillor's question?
If through the chair, if we don't have someone here from transportation, which looks like we don't, we'll get back to the council prior to council meeting.
Okay, Councillor Hillier, that's satisfactory. So what I'll do maybe, councillor, is I'll let the applicant speak and then we'll direct those questions to the applicant. I'll go to the applicant now. You have 5 minutes. I'll give you a heads up at 30 seconds for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Eldon Theodore from MHBC. I'm here on behalf of the London Middlesex Community Housing Corporation, LMCH. I just want to note that Bill Kieran from CGS Architects, as well as Scott Robertson from LMCH are also here tonight should there be any technical questions I may not be able to answer. I do have a presentation to just go into a bit more details of the proposal. I don't intend to overlap of Mr. Maitland's presentation. I'm not sure if this is a presentation that I share or if it's shared by staff. I just want to get some clarification on that.
Please go ahead. Keep in mind you have about 4.5 minutes, so give it best shot.
Trust me, I will not need that much time. So I just wanted to just reiterate that the proposal itself is seeking an increase in the number of units on the site, maintaining 98 townhouse units, but also providing 265 units. And just wanted to show the proposal in itself. The intent is really, as mentioned by Mr. Maitland, to create a complete community that provides for family-friendly housing in the form of multi-unit buildings that have presence and relationship along Civic Boulevard, being Southdale Road, and also maintain and continue to have shared amenities between the site itself. And as you can see, and as mentioned in the presentation, the ground floor of the buildings will provide for community partner space that provides for a lot of uses such as daycare, such as programming, all things of which benefit residents within the development. And the above stories provide a variety of 1, 2, 3, and even 4 bedroom units. Again, focusing on family-friendly opportunities for the development. The buildings in itself, there's a great focus in terms of materiality to provide warm, multicolored materials and brick colors that also complement what's intended to occur as it relates to the existing townhouses, which is an upgrade to those facades. So there's uniformity and consistency across the site, as well as a refreshing of the overall look and programming of the overall development. And these are just some renderings showing the proposal, gateway features that provide a sense of arrival. Again, the building's relationship set back from the street, but still having a framed relationship that is the intent of the London plan. And again, providing and maintaining connections and access and amenity spaces, while at the same time providing for critical housing opportunities. And just quickly, the proposal itself, providing for affordable housing opportunities, adding to the housing option diversity in the area, helping to frame the Civic Boulevard, additional program spaces that help and enhance program spaces while maintaining cars existing on the site, and providing connectivity between the existing townhouses and the proposed building. We've reviewed staff's report. We support the recommendations. We did have an initial meeting with the community in advance of this meeting, and we received a lot of feedback at that meeting. And we're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Theodore. Any technical questions for the applicant? Councillor Hillier.
Yes, just to get back to the timeline on this project, I know the residents have asked, and have those last 2 residents been located?
Mr. Theodore.
Thank you for that question. I know Mr. Robertson, Scott Robertson, is on the call today. I was hoping he may be able to answer that from the Middlesex Housing Corporation.
Yes, so out of the 18 units, we have relocated 16. So there's still 2 remaining. As far as timeline, we're looking at the end of the year 2023 as a start.
Counselor? Any other questions, comments, technical nature before we go to the public? Okay, seeing none, then I will go to the public for their input. Please, sir, go to the microphone. And if you would give us your name and address, and I will remind you that you have 5 minutes, and I will give you a heads up when you have 30 seconds left. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ab Chams. I live on 21 Hare Court. My biggest concern is the height of the building, 18 meter. I thought the bylaw allows only 13 meter.
I will, all questions asked during the public comments, I'll sum up at the end of, after everyone's spoken, and I will get that answer for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lina Sombria. I've lived in Harrow Court in that area there, Southdale and Millbank, for almost 33 years. Okay, we have questions here. Thank you for inviting us. We have questions here that we need answers. I wonder if the...
Please, please give me your questions, and I'll take them.
Pardon me?
If you would please give me your questions.
Okay.
And I'll get an answer for you after everyone has spoken.
Yeah, you want me to say it now or?
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay, number one, are the buildings, yeah, I know that it's brick construction. Will there be balconies facing Southdale Road East? Now, next is, what is the big reason why you are putting up this project? Number three, who is going to finance this huge project and where will the funds come from? When are you contemplating to start erecting these buildings? What's the time frame? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? How many entrances to the buildings from Southdale Road will there be? There is a private road from Millbank Drive to the complex. Will that be maintained? Will there be office space on the ground floor in every building? Okay, please explain what this community office and space going are to be used for. There are offices on the main floor. What are they for? Is it safe to assume that the buildings are for rental purposes only? Will there be enough parking spaces for occupants as well as visitors? Will the zoning include, or will there be, will the zoning include residential or commercial or business or light industrial? Who will manage this community housing? Do you have any idea who will be qualified to occupy or rent in these buildings? Right now, I don't know who are occupying there, but I don't know. So will they be kind of government subsidized individuals and families, low-income people, senior citizens, hardworking families, elderly, and maybe physically handicapped, and etc. Now, this we would appreciate, and it's very helpful if you can provide us with the answers to these questions and the information as to who will be living in those buildings in order for us to give our honest and educated decision. We believe we are not in a position to disagree, agree, or give our opinion on something we do not have proper information. Would you? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people that would like to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am. You have 5 minutes. Please give your name and address, and I'll give you a heads up on 30 seconds.
Okay. My name's Joanne Campanero, and I live on 27 Harold Court. And this is my questions. The information we gathered is that are currently 166 townhouse units in the subject area, and 98 of these will be maintained. Obviously, 68 units will be demolished. Have you calculated approximately how much it's going to cost you to tear down 68 units? Also, speaking about the tenants, there's a problem getting rental units in the city. So why not just leave these tenants where they are? And how much is it going to cost for you to relocate 68 tenants and tear these places down? Have you tried looking around for alternate places where you can build a 3-6-story buildings? Because our area is mostly residential. And approximately how much is this project going to cost in total until completion, including tearing down houses and rebuilding buildings? Why don't you just get another empty lot and build there instead of disrupting the whole neighborhood plus the existing tenants? That's all my questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions, or sorry, any other questions from the public tonight? Any other comments or questions? You had already had a chance to speak, so I'll ask for others right now. Thank you.
Can I have another chance?
No, thank you.
Yeah, we have
No,
suggestions.
ma'am, you've had your time. I'm looking for others to speak now.
Yeah, no more?
That's it.
Oh, that's it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Others that wish to speak to this matter? I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online that wants to speak to this.
Through the chair, there's no one on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Any others that want to address the committee? Thank you. So I will, before I have a number of questions that came up through the PPM. Before I get those answered, I'll look to committee members for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Hillier makes a motion. Councillor Hopkins seconds. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So, Mr. Maitland, we have a number of questions here that I'm going to go through with you, and if you would like the applicant to address it, please let me know. You kind of address where balconies are planned for this development. Are they facing Southdale Road East?
Through the chair, to this point, the architectural detail, and I believe the architect's in the room to clarify it. We haven't seen a version of the plan, and we don't have a formal site plan application at this point. But the version that came to the urban design peer review panel recently did not show balconies along Southdale. I believe Bill Curran is in the room to confirm that.
Mr. Curran.
Good afternoon, all. Bill Curran from Curran Gessessa Sloat Architects. There are no balconies envisioned on the project.
Okay, thank you. We had a couple of questions, one for reason for the project and another for funding. I believe that that's not within the preview of this committee. We're looking at zoning issues here. There was a question regarding when this project would get underway and the time for development. Perhaps I'll go to Mr. Theodore on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe Mr. Robertson had confirmed that if we were successful in approval, construction would start in 2023. The timing for how long it would take for construction, I think perhaps Mr. Kieran can provide a bit of insight on that timeframe.
The first building will take approximately 18 months for construction. The second building and third building have no finite construction date because the funding has not been approved at this time.
Okay, thank you. And can I get some comments from you, Mr. Theodore, on plans for entrances from Southdale and the Millbank, current Millbank entrance?
Yes, absolutely. So the current Millbank entrance will remain as is. There's no intent to relocate or shift that entrance. The entrance off of Southdale Road East, there will only be two entrances. One that will be central and then one that will be further east along Southdale Road East. And both those entrances are a significant distance east of Millbank Road. So there's sufficient separation in terms of vehicular access and movement from existing intersections.
Thank you. And could you also comment on the plans for office space on the ground floor?
Sure, and just for clarity on that, the primary use on the ground floor when it relates to those program spaces is really for some of the additional community type uses that are intended to benefit this development. So they can take the form of a community center, they can take the form of a daycare, a place where assembly hall, even an art studio, those type of spaces. There is going to be an office function that serves London Middlesex community housing, but that's really a smaller function that will appear in one of the buildings, but not something consecutively within other buildings. For clarity, the intention is not to have a ground floor active retail use, but more supportive functions that are in keeping with the overall residential function and programming of the site.
Thank you. And can you also comment, the plan here is for primary rental spaces?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Maitland, could you comment on the parking that's been planned both for occupants and visitors and how that meets London plan?
Yeah, so the parking request is, there was initially a parking request, but upon the recent parking requirement amendments that were passed in, I believe, either late July or early August, no parking reduction was requested. So the parking is just in keeping with the standard zoning bylaw requirement. At site plan, we also look for an additional 10% for visitors as well. And so the anticipation is that what they would bring in at site plan would meet those requirements.
And can you elaborate on the zoning that we are looking at today regarding the mix of residential and commercial?
Yeah, so the base zone is an R8 zone, which allows for small scale apartment buildings. That's to accommodate the 3 new buildings. We don't have under the kind of the existing zoning bylaw a zone set up for this type of development that is an infill mix of residential types and mix of community uses as well. And so that's why the rest of the uses appear as additional permitted uses within the special provision. And then the final step to that is just ensuring that the setbacks are appropriate to accommodate the siting of the buildings on site. And so we were able to confirm with the concept plan that the applicant provided that both the existing townhouses and the new proposed buildings, as well as accessory structures that they're intending for community and communal space functions can be located as proposed.
Thank you. And the rest of the questions are a concern about who is living there. That's not, again, something for this committee to address. And cost issues, again, that's the applicant's concern on there as well. That's what my list of questions that I had from the PPM. So I will open it up now to the committee for Questions, comments, motions, et cetera? Oh, did I close the PPM? So I've already closed the PPM. Yep. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really a pleasure to speak on behalf of this application. I'm going to say that I'm kind of wearing both hats right now, both as an LMCH board member, one of council's representatives on the board, as well as a councillor and even in the deputy mayor position. This expansion of capacity at London and Middlesex Community Housing represents net 99 new rent geared to income units in our community. That's a big win in terms of addressing the affordability situation. It is not by any means a silver bullet or a magic wand that fixes the affordability problem across the city, but it certainly is a significant dent. And in fact, it's the first time in about 50 years that we will be expanding the rent geared to income units in the Middlesex London Housing's portfolio. This is going to include 17 four-bedroom units, which are pretty much a unicorn out there in the rental market. Good luck finding a four-bedroom unit anywhere, regardless of price. But we know that those family units are desperately needed. 100 three-bedroom units. Again, for families who are in an affordability crisis, those bedrooms matter. You know, when you have children of differing ages and differing genders, you need that space to provide them their own rooms. And this expansion is going to do that. We heard some questions about the use of the ground floor space. And I'll share an example. One of the agencies that will utilize this ground floor space is the London Community Chaplaincy, which through Canada Summer Jobs for over 20 years now has been delivering summer day camps for low-income and at-risk youth in the neighborhood. This will provide them space to continue offering that programming on site in the future. It will provide some office space for London Middlesex Community Housing as well for on-site administration. But as we heard referenced in the applicant's presentation, childcare services will be available there. This is about making a complete community. And this site is within a walking distance of both elementary and secondary schools. So it really is going to create a walkable, livable neighborhood for those folks who will call this home. Yes, there will be some construction costs around demolition, but the reality is that the units that are being demolished in the first phase are already units that are in very poor repair and frankly need to come down regardless and be replaced with new builds. They're just not in good shape. They're not suitable to renovate. It's actually going to be more cost effective moving forward to remove them and replace them with these apartments. Now, it is only the first apartment, as was indicated, where all the funding is in place, and that is in part through CMHC. It's also in part the commitment made by the previous council, a significant commitment made by the previous council in the multi-year budget to invest in community housing. And so this is the realization of an effort that was started by the previous council 3 years ago. This has the full support of the London Community Middlesex Housing Board. This really is a positive story. And vacant sites will continue to be developed. But if we're going to truly address the housing crisis, infill has to be a part of that. And that includes intensification on our existing community housing sites. So with that, Chair, I'll wrap up my comments other than to say I want to thank the London Middlesex Community Housing staff. Mr. Chisholm and his team have put in countless hours. I wouldn't even want to ballpark how many hours they've put into this. There's been lots of discussions at board meetings over the last year about this moving forward. And I will share that when the first building is built out, this will be a mortgage-free building. The funding is in place so that this will be a mortgage-free building, which will help facilitate getting the funding in place for phases 2 and 3 of the second and third buildings coming online at some point in the future. So Not all of those questions that the community has can be answered at this time because timelines continue to be developed. Certainly, we'll be looking to our federal and provincial partners as well for contributions as this moves forward. But this is really a good news story about affordable housing being created in the city. In the roadmap to 3,000 that was endorsed by the last council, London Community Housing was only targeted to create 50 new units. This project will create a net 99 new units. It will exceed the goal of the roadmap to 3,000, and it will put us on track for our goals provincially in meeting the 47,000 new housing units that need to be created. I hope Mr. Wallace, I know he's up in the gallery listening in, I hope his folks with their hammers and nails are ready to go to work, because that's a heck of a lot of units, and net 99 may not sound like a lot when you're talking about 47,000, but with that being the goal that the province has set for the City of London, this is an important step forward on that. And so I'm pleased to move the staff recommendation at this time.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the committee members? And I'll take a moment from the chair to echo Deputy Mayor. I just want to applaud staff on the innovative thought on addressing this parcel of land with existing buildings. This is the type of innovation we need to get the infill, especially for LMNCH. As the Deputy Mayor alluded to, 99 units that are rent geared to income is quite a thing, because as he said, this hasn't been done in decades and decades since London has been in the housing business. We talk a lot about affordable housing, and affordable housing to this point has been bonusing, which gets 80% of average market rent. But there are so many folks out there that need a roof over their head that only this type of housing, where the rent is geared to their income, to give them a chance to provide accommodation for their families and to get their feet back on the ground and get a start. So I'm pleased on that fact. I'm pleased in the fact that we're addressing the quality of housing that has, I believe, is in poor shape in many units, that we are replacing those units with fresh new builds that will continue to provide important housing for those that are less fortunate. So at this point, we've got, I see Councillor Hopkins has raised her hand. I'll go to you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your comments. I forgot to put my hand up. I didn't realize we were sort of making comments now. I want to thank Councillor Lewis, or Deputy Mayor Lewis, to get used to doing that for his remarks. I think he said it well, especially following up on council's, the previous council's commitment to building and investing in community housing. I really want to thank the community for coming out. It's important that you're here asking these questions. I think the more we understand the commitment that this council has in providing rent geared to income, development, redevelopment, there's so many good stories within this application. And daycare, the commercial space that will allow some offices for London Middlesex Community Housing to assist. And thank you to Councillor Hillier for asking the question around replacing residents. I think that is really important to make sure that they have a place. I think we need to do more of this type of housing. It is so desperately needed. We don't do enough of rent geared to income development. So very supportive of this application.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from staff or committee? Sorry. Okay, we've got a motion or moved and seconded, so I will call the vote. Oh, we do not. No one made a motion. Council, Deputy Mayor did make that motion in his comments. I apologize. I'll look for a seconder, Councillor Hillier. So I will put the vote on the floor.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on, 3.7, which will be dealing with property at 608 Commissioners Road West. I'll look to committee to open the PPM. Councillor Hopkins motioning, made motion and seconded by Councillor Hillier. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll go to staff now for presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to put my presentation here.
We see you, Ms. Riley. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties tonight. My apologies.
There you go.
Okay, Alana Riley, Senior Planner here at the City of London. This application is for 608 Commissioners Road West. It is in the Planning Committee added agenda, so if you'd like to follow along. I'm looking at side 1, just introducing 608 Commissioners Road West, file Z9516. The subject site, slide 2, is located on the southwest intersection of Commissioners Road West and Westmount Crescent in the Westmount Planning District. Currently situated on the subject site are 2 single-story detached dwellings. The site consists of a grassed area with relatively flat topography with several mature trees located on the periphery of the site. Noting Commissioners Road West is an arterial road with an average daily traffic volume of 13,000 vehicles per day. Looking at slide 3, it's the original proposed development. And it consisted of a 6-story L-shaped apartment building containing of 95 dwelling units, equating to 212 units per hectare, fronting onto Commissioners Road West. Vehicular access to the site is proposed to be provided by a single right-in, right-out driveway from Westmount Crescent and was located near the south property line. Common outdoor amenity area was proposed on the northwest corner of the property with landscaping along the front, west, and south property lines. 98 parking spaces were proposed to be in a parking garage located to the south and surface parking to the west. At that time, the applicant did request a bonus zone in return for enhanced urban design and affordable housing. Slide 4, it just shows the original rendering of the development, and it shows the original rendering within the context of the surrounding area. Moving on to slide 5, we have the revised proposed development. As part of the response to urban design, the urban design peer review panel, urban design staff comments, and public concerns, a revised application was submitted. And it includes the following changes. The parking garage was removed and parking is now proposed to be underground together with surface parking at the rear. The proposed building now complies with all of the required setbacks of the proposed zone where it didn't before. A larger outdoor amenity area has been provided. Pedestrian connections from ground level units to the sidewalks have been incorporated. There's a building step back down to 5 stories on the west portion of the building along Commissioners Road West. and a building step back to 4 stories at the rear along Westmount Crescent to provide a transition to adjacent uses in the area. The main building entrance is located in proximity to Commissioners Road West, and a sufficient width for landscaping has been provided along and around the perimeter of the site. So those are the changes for the revised proposal. And if you look at slide 6, you'll see the rendering for the revised proposal. You'll see the step downs on the building, the step backs, and you'll also see a photo of the rendering within it, the context of the surrounding area. Just a brief look at slide 7, which includes the policy context. This is in a neighborhood's place type fronting on a Civic Boulevard, and it is at the intersection of Westmount, which is a neighborhood connector. The permitted uses include a range of low and mid-density residential dwellings, which does include low-rise apartment buildings and does allow an upper maximum height of 6 stories. Properties fronting onto major streets may be allowed for a broader range of uses and more intense forms of development than those fronting onto major streets. So looking at policy, specifically policy 919 of the London Plan, it does speak to a range of uses and intensity permitted will be related to the classification of the streets. There were some neighborhood concerns. Actually, there was quite a few neighborhood concerns and a petition submitted. They're all in the report. They were height, density, lack of street lighting, sidewalk, privacy, light and noise. A lot of the concerns were based around traffic and access off of Westmount Crescent. They were concerned about the negative impacts of the in terms of increased traffic and safety. They were also concerned about further height and density in the area. And I did want to mention that the proposed revised development did look at that and provided the step backs as mentioned. Transportation also has no objection. So quickly looking at slide 9, which is the use intensity and form. An apartment building is not out of place along an arterial road in this neighborhood, and its impacts are mitigable, consistent with the surrounding context as well as list of permitted uses in the policies. This recommended 6-story apartment building is in keeping with the policies. The apartment building will contribute to the existing range and mix of housing types in the area, which is consistent of primary low density residential. Although this proposed development has a greater intensity in built form as compared to the existing surrounding neighborhood, it does front along that arterial road, provides appropriate setbacks, does not need special provisions for setbacks, and does incorporate transitioning design elements to adjacent uses. The subject site is in an area where the London Plan does direct and support residential intensification and redevelopment. Therefore, the proposal is considered in keeping with the intensity policies set out in the London Plan. The proposed form of development has made a strong effort to maintain a skill and rhythm that does respond to the surrounding areas, land uses, and the location and massing of the proposed building is consistent with urban design goals of the London Plan. Therefore, staff are recommending to rezone the site to an R8 special provision zone to allow this development. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. I'll go to the committee now for any technical questions. Okay, I will go to the applicant. You have 5 minutes for a presentation. I'll give you a 30-second heads up when you're getting near the end. Please go ahead.
That's better? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Harry Frusios. I'm with Zelenka Priamo Limited. We're the planning consultants for Copia Developments for this application. First, I want to thank Ms. Riley and staff for their recommendation this evening. We've had a very cooperative process with staff as Ms. Riley detailed the changes that we made to the application along the way to make this a more appropriate development in its setting by reducing the setbacks, by putting parking underground, by putting in the step backs to address the relationship with the abutting single-family uses. And we believe now this is an application that warrants your consideration. We've held 2 virtual public or open house meetings to this point with the members of the public and the neighbors, and we know there's some concerns, and Ms. Riley outlined those concerns to you. In our opinion, though, this application, this revised proposal actually is in keeping with the city's intent for development along the neighborhood's place type along a civic boulevard. And it also satisfies the city's urban design goals, as you've heard. The zoning bylaw amendment requests an increased height and density that really all it does is implement the official plan, the London plan. We're allowed up to 6 stories on a neighborhood's place type along a civic boulevard, and there is no cap on density at these locations. And as Ms. Riley noted, we're not asking for any relief from the setbacks, from building coverage, landscaped open space. All those things are being met for the proposed zone that would implement the London plan policies. And of note, you're likely going to hear that this is not the right development for this location, but the London plan does not contain any special policies or any exemptions for this area from these policies that we've mentioned. So 6 stories, this type of building, an apartment building, is contemplated on this site and in this area. And as Ms. Riley noted, the staff report provides a detailed response to all the comments, and we support those responses to the public comments. As we're aware, change is not always accepted by members of the public, the neighborhoods, but we believe that this is in keeping, and at least in this instance, it is in keeping with the city's goals for intensification, for providing more units. We know there's a need for more units in the community, and this proposal does allow us to contribute to that goal. And it does again, and I will say it again, that we're not offending any of the policies, we're not offending the city's goals for this site. And one other important thing to note is, and it was mentioned briefly by Ms. Riley, that initially we had proposed bonusing at the time when this application was submitted, but we know now that bonusing no longer exists, but our client is still committed to providing the 5 affordable units that was originally proposed as part of the bonusing. That is still to be part of the development, and the city will work with the city to provide that mechanism in place of bonusing. So we're looking forward to this application moving forward with the 95 units as proposed in a 6-story building, and including those five affordable units. So based on that, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we're obviously in support of the staff recommendation. We look forward to your comments and consideration and hope that this will be recommended for approval to council. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frizios. I'll go to committee members now for any technical questions for the applicant. I see Councillor Van Meerbergen has joined us, so you're welcome to participate as well. Seeing no technical questions, I'll open up the floor to the public. I will remind the public that you'll be given 5 minutes, and I'll give you a 30-second warning. I'll just say 30 seconds while you're talking, so don't let it throw you, but you'll know that it'll be time to wrap it up. I think there will be a number of people that want to speak to this, and that's great. I just will remind folks if you hear your comments being addressed in previous speakers, you might want to consider just focusing on the new comments you'll have. It helps us at committee to focus in on all the issues that you see that are important, and sometimes it can get lost in a laundry list if we hear the same thing over and over. We might miss the one important thing that's a new thing that you're bringing to the body here today. So I see a gentleman up there. I'll ask you, sir, for your name and address, and you may proceed.
Hi, my name's Darcy McLeod. I'm at 661 Westmount Crescent. This development troubles me a bit because everybody talks about it being on Commissioners Road. The main entrance, not only to the building, but also to the parking, is off of Westmount Crescent, which is going to increase the traffic flow along the crescents both north and south. If this had exited onto Commissioners like everybody makes it sound like, there wouldn't be as big of a deal, like a big of a problem. But I believe that this is too big of a development for the Crescent to handle. For safety wise, for kids playing, there's no sidewalks. And that's my opinion, but of course, opinions are what whatever one wants them to be. But I do not believe that something of this magnitude should be coming out onto Westmount Crescent. It should exit out onto Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll look for the next speaker. Please come to the microphone and state your name and
Hello,
and
can you
address,
hear
and
me?
you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
My name is June Burrell, and I'm here with my husband, Alan. We've lived on Westmount Crescent, directly behind 608 Commissioners, for 26 years. We're asking that you say no to this rezoning application. The 608 site is surrounded by single-family homes in a quiet, well-maintained neighborhood that's been there for 75 years. A 6-story building does not belong in this location. It's simply major overkill. The developer is asking for special permission to almost double the allowable height and triple the density at 215 units per hectare. At 95 units, it's the equivalent of putting all the families on Westmount Crescent, Jamaica Street, and Notting Hill Crescent, plus 20 more, in that one space, along with all the related noise and pollution and traffic. Hard to imagine on a quiet neighborhood street. In the London plan, it states that any intensification project should be appropriate and should fit the neighborhood. We don't believe putting a 6-story building on this site fits our neighborhood. Far from enhancing it, it will overpower it. Having a building that large towering over single-family homes is not appropriate. We have many choices of different types of accommodation within a 5-minute walk. No need for an apartment choice there. From the city report, under 1.4 current planning information, it says that the London plan place type is neighborhoods fronting on a civic boulevard. The side of the building may front on the civic boulevard, but the building, as proposed, actually fronts the neighborhood street. This is a misuse of the category. Everything about this building is oriented to Westmount Crescent, not the civic boulevard. It actually has no bearing on Commissioners Road at all. The proposed building fronts onto Westmount Crescent, the front door is on Westmount Crescent, and the driveway enters and exits on Westmount Crescent, a neighborhood street. How can the developer gain the extra 2 floors from 4 to 6 when the building only technically fronts the civic boulevard? This is misleading and a misuse of the category. The jump from 4 to 6 stories is huge. Also, under 1.5 site characteristics, it says the area of the site is 2.1 hectares. In fact, it's 0.447 of a hectare. Under climate emergency, it says that the building complies with the city's declaration of a climate emergency. I hardly think replacing 2 lots of mostly green space with a huge 6-story building with mostly hard surface is going to be a plus for the environment. With the number of parking spots on the site, plus deliveries and visitors, the traffic through the neighborhood will make Westmount Crescent a major thoroughfare. At present, our neighborhood is quite quiet, except for the odd vehicle that cuts through to avoid Wonderland Commissioners. Because of the volume of traffic on Commissioners, you often have to wait to turn off Westmount Crescent going either left or right. With the volume of traffic from this building, people will not wait to turn onto Commissioners. They will simply drive the other way through the neighborhood, creating a dangerous situation for pedestrians, children walking to school, people walking their dogs, children playing. And there's no question that with 95 units, there will be on-street parking, adding to the danger. This building has too many units. We submitted a petition to the city, signed by 122 residents of the area. Our neighbors were only too keen to sign to show the city how concerned they are about this building. We also have other concerns about loss of privacy, reduction of our property values, noise, garbage, loss of trees, possibility of flooding with all the hard surface, and we haven't even addressed the construction period. We know you have a hard job. This agenda is 561 pages long. However, we are asking that you take all our concerns into consideration, plus all those from the report, and send this application back for a complete change to a different form of housing that better suits the area. Also, a lower density development on the site should exit onto Commissioners, as Darcy said, to reduce the impact on the neighborhood. Not too far west on Commissioners, there are several completed developments which integrate well into the neighborhood, even though they are multifamily. If you allow this development to go ahead in its present form, the decision you make today will affect our neighborhood forever. It will become busy, noisy, dangerous, and possibly unlivable. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, ma'am. I understand your enthusiasm, but I ask that we refrain from any display. Thank you. Of the next speaker, you have 5 minutes. I'll give you a heads up at 30 seconds. Please give us your name and address. Thank you.
Okay, I won't be very long. I am just very upset about this building. I myself have 8 grandchildren from age 1 to age 8 riding their bikes there because there is nowhere else to ride. They stay at my house all the time to play on the roads, play soccer, play whatever they want to play. If that traffic comes through, those children will never be allowed to go outside by themselves. And it's not just me. Most of the families that are there are all seniors or have grandchildren that come to visit because of the environment that's there. Please don't destroy our environment for our grandchildren. There's none of these places left. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Other speakers, I see a lady up at the top there. Please go ahead with your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Christine West at 637 Westmount Crescent. I think June articulated the neighborhood concerns perfectly, so I'm going to augment it to the point that you made earlier about not regurgitating. I think the primary concern that I have that I will want to get into a little bit more specificity is the traffic. The original traffic study that was done for 608 specifically was done in October 2021, which we know was during pandemic. Depending on the studies that you look at, that was a reduction with respect to between 25 and 45% of traffic. So I think the timing of that particular study perhaps should be revisited. The other element that I wanted to add to the discussion is it was done in isolation of the contemplation of the application for 614 Westmount Crescent, which is another 20-unit townhome complex, also entering and exiting off of Westmount Crescent. In that original traffic study, it was presumed that there would be zero southbound traffic, which, to be perfectly frank, just is ridiculous if you actually understand the way in which cut-through traffic operates within the neighborhood. So I'll echo the point with respect to it being an entrance and an exit that is on Westmount Crescent, regardless of the fact that the traffic study presumed everyone would head north. And I would encourage a revisiting of the traffic study in the aggregate across the 2 developments that are now being on the table for council to consider.
Thank you. Any other people that wish to address the committee? Welcome. Please give us your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Rudy DePape, and my wife Brenda and I live at 612 Jamaica Street, and it runs parallel to Commissioners, and it's the first residential street south of Commissioners. We're probably maybe a long city block away from that building. My concern, like everyone else's really here, is primarily traffic. That seems to be the situation in our neighborhood, and I think that's showing here today. Without repeating what's been said, I actually think that some of these traffic studies may be flawed in some ways, and I can give you some examples. Currently, we have the 608 going on. It's a cluster of, well, it's 95 units, 3 visitors spots, so everyone else will be on the street. We also have 634 Commissioners Road. Well, these are all, I'm going to name 4 of them here, and they're all within 100, well, they're within 100 yards from the property line, so they're all in the same proximity. So one unit at 634 has 10 townhouse units, 4 stories. And there's a unit just at 584, which is adjacent, with 26 townhouses approved, 26 stacked units, and that's the building that has the existing heritage home on it, but they're going to build around it. So there's 2. And then there's the one that was just mentioned, which is on Westmount Crescent. It's going to be condominiums. That particular complex is going to exit directly on the middle of Westmount Crescent. 608 Commissioners is going to exit on Westmount Crescent. And I'm just hoping that the people who do these traffic studies actually take into consideration everything that's going on, not just 608 Commissioners Road. There's a lot going on. Not only that, we all know about Westmount Mall. There's going to be 900 units there over time, over the next few years. So I would just like the committee or anyone who has any say in this to certainly consider traffic in its entirety.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the folks in the gallery? Ma'am,
Greetings,
you might
Deb.
want
Sorry.
to raise the microphone a bit.
Oh.
Just, there we go. That's terrific.
You can tell I'm not used to this.
Please give us your name and address, and you have
Yes.
5 minutes. Go ahead.
We live at 615, my name is Nada Tudorich. We live at 615 Westmount Crescent, which we purchased in 1998, September, 24 years ago. What struck us was the quiet and large lots, which we were told used to be fruit orchards in the 1950s. As our son stated, this area is one of the hidden gems in London. We emphatically agree. In the summer of 2018, there was a substantial fire on 608 Commissioners Road West. The building was vacated by the previous owners with a substantial amount of debris strewed around the property, especially the garage door opening. There was even an abandoned vehicle in front of the property. In the spring of 2021, our neighbor from her home on 591 Westmount Crescent, which is at the corner of Westmount and Commissioners Road West, approached me in front of our garage quite upset. She stated the home at 608 Commissioners had been sold and was informed by the new owner they are planning on building a 6-story apartment building. This particular neighbor had purchased her first home in approximately 2002 and resided at her Westmount home with her spouse and 3 young children. They definitely did not want to move. A few months later, she approached the owner of 608 Commissioners Road West, as he had stated they would be cutting down trees along their property line. When she asked him how many trees would be cut, he stated all of them. She pleaded with him not to cut down these trees, however, to no avail. For approximately 1 week, the whole neighborhood heard the blast of power equipment while the trees were cut haphazardly throughout the property of 608 Commissioners Road West. These tree stumps are still there today. Again, the family at 591 Westmount did not want to move. However, they were aggressively approached regarding their home by the new owner of 608 Commissioners Road West. For the benefit of their family, they reluctantly decided to move and sold their home to the new owner. This family moved on 2021, August 31st. I have therefore concluded the new owner of 608 Commissioners Road West was eyeing their 591 Westmount Crescent property all along. It was obvious the new owner wanted their corner lot of 591 Westmount Crescent. Copia now owns both properties. In early 2022, we were mailed an application proposal regarding the 6-story building plans on the above properties. They had also surveyed the above 2 properties, so we contacted Copia regarding 1 wooden stake. A Copia representative did meet with us and was courteous in regards to our questions. I asked him if the trees and shrubs along our 615 Westmount property would be cut. He stated no. There were no plans to eradicate these trees or shrubs. He also mentioned the city had denied their application to have the apartment driveway entry towards Commissioners Road. The entry had to be located along the shrubs onto Westmount Crescent. Our home is right next door to this proposed entry. With a 95-unit building, can you picture 95 vehicles, plus visitors, plus transport trucks along this driveway entering Westmount Crescent? Can you also picture a 6-story building looking down in our backyards? I hope all of this is sinking in. When I think of our proud and quietly established single-family homes on our encircling crescent, where some families have lived for almost 60 years for obvious reasons, What does this chaos and trauma do to our neighborhood? Not to mention neighborhoods everywhere in London. I know developers quickly build and move on to the next project. However, they must have compassion for all the emotional and physical wreckage they leave behind. Our neighborhoods have to cope with the traumatic aftermath for the rest of our lives. I know I've heard about the housing crisis in London many times, but moving into these existing family home areas is not the answer.
30 seconds.
There are existing buildings which can be transformed into housing. Vacant offices, which COVID has proven certain employees can work from home, vacant public schools, many strip malls, and other big malls that are closing their brick and mortar shops. These buildings have parking and all other amenities in existence. It's called repurposing existing buildings.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments for the committee? The gentleman up there, could I ask that you raise that microphone so we can hear you properly? If you would give us your name
from
and
675 Westmount Crescent. I have to apologize because of my hearing impairment. I'm not catching much of what's said, but there is one thing that I did notice in the planner's report. There is really no discussion of the potential parking problem. Now, London has an average of 1.7 vehicles per household. We have this proposal has 95 parking spaces, which means there's likely going to be 50 cars which don't fit in there, and they're going to be parked on the street. And so they'll be parked halfway down the arms of Westmount. And as I say, I mean, this issue was raised, but it doesn't seem to be addressed in the report.
thank you, sir. Any other folks that would like to speak to the committee? I'll ask the clerk if there is anybody online that wants to address the committee.
Murray and Linda Mackey.
Thank you. My name is Murray Mackey. I live at 625 Jamaica Street. I'd like to thank the previous speakers who've been, I believe have hit all of our points, but I do want to share those concerns that were raised. As someone that's on Jamaica Street and who does travel to and from work each day, I know that this will become a traffic nightmare in front of our house. People do not go to the intersection of Commissioners and Wonderland. There will be a cut through, and this is going to be a major problem. Not to mention, there's potentially 4 developments in that area, which are concerned. The points that I want to reiterate that have been mentioned before: the access on Westmount as opposed to Commissioners. The parking issue is going to be an overflow. There have been the multiple applications that we talked about. There is a very strong neighborhood disapproval. I trust that Councillor Van Meerbergen will mention and talk to that as he has canvassed the neighborhood. And in summary, I am in support of intensification, which was listed as one of the goals. My concern, though, is that this is just too much intensification for this neighborhood. A 5, 6, 4 level apartment building is just too much. I recognize that we can't have the old days of farm type living, but at the same time, it cannot grow to 6 level apartment buildings. Appreciate the time. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Clerk, are there any others online?
Through the chair, there's no one else.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the committee? Okay, I'll look to the committee to close BPM. Councillor Hillier makes motion, Councillor Hopkins seconds. I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll open the floor to first for any comments or questions. Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Hillier.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple of questions through you to staff, and I am going to look forward to the councillors' comments as well. But through you to staff, what is the density that is allowed currently on this property through the London plan?
Ms. Riley?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So when we review applications under the London plan, we review it under the basis of height, and that guides the density. So as I mentioned, 6-story apartment, low-rise apartment buildings are permitted on the site. And that's implements the density permitted under the London plan.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And the entrance to this development is from Westmount Crescent. As part of the traffic review, was a route considered that there would be no cut-through traffic given all the development that is happening in this area?
Ms. Riley, are you able to take that one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, actually, I invited Sarah Grady from Transportation to this meeting. I can speak that the applicant from the beginning proposed the access off of Westmount Crescent, and in the revised development, that was not changed. Transportation did not raise any concern with this, but I can let Sarah speak to that more.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Through you, Chair, Sarah Grady here. Consistent with the city's access management guidelines, we strive to minimize access points to arterial roads like commissioners. The purpose of this is arterials are to move higher volumes of traffic as efficiently as possible. And one of the ways we're able to achieve that is by minimizing those access points to and from the roadway. So access off of the neighborhood connector or a neighborhood street such as Westmount Crescent is preferred and consistent with our standard approach for developments like this.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, just as a follow-up. So it is the preferred access route to be on Westmount. But my question is more about the traffic route. Was there a conversation or was it considered that to prevent cut-through traffic going into Westmount and around to Jamaica and through the neighborhood, was the access looked at that, for instance, you can only do a left-hand turn lane onto Westmount to access? Was that ever considered?
Ms. Grady?
My apologies for misunderstanding the question there. So through you, Chair, for a development like this, we wouldn't consider it cut-through traffic if residents from this development choose to use Westmount Crescent. As a member of the community, they would have that ability to do that. One thing that I'm not sure if has been mentioned yet, but the traffic study did recommend the implementation of a left turn lane on Commissioner. So that is something that we were requiring as part of this development.
Councillor Hopkins?
Thank you.
Councillor Hillier?
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins touched on everything. I'm just looking at lot 608 and I'm just wondering, was it even considered to have an access to the west on 608? Because I understand, I see Rosecliff Terrace there, and that's probably the reason they want to be on Westmount Crescent. But if you look at it coming from Village Green and Wonderland, I can see traffic coming from the mall and everything just cutting right through there easily. Has it been considered for the west side of 608 for the access, and is it possible?
Ms. Riley?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, no, access wasn't considered through that. It's something that can be discussed further through the site plan approval process. But again, the applicant did the original proposal and the revised proposal. And transportation didn't have any objection with the access as mentioned. So that was not looked at as an option, but it can be discussed through the site plan approval.
Counselor. Okay. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'm just going to be really brief because Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Hillier have both touched on it. I will share, and the community may not love this comment. To me, it's not the density that's the problem, but I do agree with the concerns that we're hearing from you about traffic, particularly in that 608 Commissioners Road right now, and I visited the site last Thursday, walked it myself. The current entrance is from Commissioners Road. So I'm not sure why it was never considered to be from Commissioners Road, because we're actually making a change to where the access point is on this property and moving it from Commissioners to Westmount Crescent. I will say human behavior is what it is. I think we will see a lot of traffic. We'll go down Westmount Crescent and over to Jamaica and Village Green to the mall and to Wonderland Road that way. In traveling last Thursday on Commissioners Road, once I got to the west side of Wonderland, traffic was already slow moving, to say the least. And I know that we want to keep those arterial roads moving, but we are being recommended to make a change in an access point here. So that's a little bit of a concern for me in that right now, the access is on 608 Commissioners Road. Certainly redeveloping the land with some more intensity, removing the vacant, badly damaged home from the fire and the one that's been sort of wedged in beside it. I understand why that's desirable, but I will share that I am concerned about the traffic, and that might be something that I want to see some consideration given to in site plan approval.
Councillor Frank.
Yeah, through you to the chair, I have a question for staff. A couple of the residents did raise the issue that there will be, different folks using the street and there are no sidewalks. So I'm just wondering at what point does a sidewalk review, I'm not even sure what you call it, get triggered, just because it does sound like a safety issue if there are people walking on the sides of the roads.
Ms. Riley, I'm not too sure if this is one that you want to take on. Go to Mr. Mathers if not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe during the process of the planning application, there is no policy to look at sidewalks for this development. It can be something that can be looked at in future process, but I can relate to Mr. Mathers as well. Or I'm not sure if there's sidewalks on the other side. I can't recall. I haven't got the site plan in front of me. But I know that they weren't looked at through this process specifically.
Mr. Mathers, do you want to make a
comment?
The
chair, so that'd be something working with transportation that they'd be looking at on a case-by-case basis. So that's not something that we necessarily look at as part of this type of application.
Councillor Frank? Okay. Any other questions from committee before I go to I'm sure the ward councillor wants to weigh in here. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank members of the neighborhood around 608 commissioners, because I think they represented themselves very, very well. In all the years I've represented Ward 10, I've rarely seen such civic engagement from the local community. I've been working with them for over a year and a half now on this proposal, even before it became an official proposal. Right from the days when all of a sudden trees on that lot started to be removed, but there wasn't any sign saying there was going to be an application. So obviously this stirred the very soul of the neighborhood. And as one of the speakers mentioned, the last election, when I was going through the neighborhood canvassing, it is not a stretch of the imagination to say that there was nobody that I spoke to that supports this. The neighborhood is 100% against it. And why? It's not that they're against infill, because the neighborhood is not. It's a question of degree. We have 3 new proposals very close by to this one that are stackable townhomes. And there's acceptance and very little pushback on that. They're looking on those projects, maybe 10, 15, 20 in those projects on lots that are similar in size. Now all of a sudden we get 608, it pops up with 6 floors and 95 units in a very pastoral area of West London. And yes, Commissioners is technically classified in that section as an arterial, but it's a narrow 2-lane road. And you've got this sore thumb sticking there with Rose Cliff on one side, Old Westmount on the other, all single family homes. And there's no transition. It just sits there. And if this goes ahead, it's going to be a monument to bad decision-making. I urge my colleagues on planning to say no to this proposal. Turn it down in its current form and have it come back in some other fashion. But this does not fit. It's too big. It doesn't work. Again, the public, the residents in the area do not support it, and they're looking for democracy and democratic representation to win out in this particular case. Again, it's not anti-infill. It's a matter of degree, and it's a matter of just too much, too big. So please look at turning this particular motion down tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I remind the people in the gallery to keep it to yourselves. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the committee members? I'll just ask the Vice Chair to take over the chair. I'd like to speak to this.
Thank you. I recognize Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I too went out to this this area, you know, what goes through my head, we're very much, as everyone knows, promoting infill, and there's good reason for that. We have a critical shortage of housing. The challenge with infill is that, as opposed to new neighborhood development, is that we're trying to fit it in with existing neighborhoods and structure. And there's a couple of things that struck me when I was out there. First, obviously, the one that's been mentioned a number of times, it does front on to Westmount Crescent. And Westmount Crescent is a low-density, small development, a nice little neighborhood of primarily bungalows. So the neighborhood form here of a 6-story apartment up against these bungalows, even though there is some consideration for step downs, I understand the concern there. Arterial Road, as Councillor Van Meerbergen said, Commissioners, is a big road, but only after Wonderland. At this point here, it is a 2-lane road as it approaches Snake Hill and goes down. So it's very tight with the new development that's being planned along there. That's a concern of mine as well. I think the residents have a very valid point here. And this is what I weigh when infill proposals come here. Obviously, people are not going to like change. Change is hard, but change is coming. And it's coming to many neighborhoods across London, and it's our job, I believe, as committee members, to just not rubber stamp things, but to listen and hear for exceptional circumstances that might warrant second thoughts on these developments. So these are the things that are running through my mind right now as we approach a decision here. And I hope committee members kind of dwell on those things too. It's easy to just, you know, we have PPMs and we hear don't traffic and we can't have change, and it's hard to get over that resistance to change that we have to do here in this city, to recognize, are there in certain instances where there are too many concerns of an exceptional nature that this development will not work, and this particular development will not work in this particular spot. So I ask committee members to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman, and I will return the chair to you, advising you that Councillor Hopkins is next on the speakers list.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I want to thank the public for coming out, and I want to thank committee members and the ward councillor for the comments. So the challenge, because this is not the only application that we're going to receive here at Planning Committee. And I think we really have to consider that as different as these infills and applications are, they are going to continue. And I am going to really want to know if we are going to refuse this, we need to have a really good reason. I would prefer, given the concerns, and a number of us touched upon, not so much about the traffic. We know there's going to be traffic, but the access points, getting into and out of this building, and an opportunity for a left-hand turn lane. I really think this is an ideal road for getting on the sidewalk warranty list to provide sidewalks to create safety in this community, given the intensification that's going on all around. But I'm very familiar with this area. I know there's going to be further applications going along Commissioners Road West towards Wonderland. And so here's the challenge. So if we say no here, where do we stop saying yes, or where do we go with this? And I want to take into consideration what is allowed and what is not. I would like to suggest maybe a referral back, if that's allowed, to have a look at the traffic route and movement in this area. You know, it's fair to say that the last time a traffic study was done was in 2021, and things have definitely changed given all the development that's going on here. And so my referral back would be to look at the in and out, the access points to this development, and to look at the intensification. I like numbers, and when I look at 215 units per hectare, that's pretty intense. That's not to say we're not going to have some form of intensification, and I really want to applaud the applicant for revising the development, doing that step down, the fourth, the fifth, and the back. I think that is fair. Knowing that the applicant is going to continue affordable housing units, I think is also important. And I don't want to lose this opportunity that, given the fact that we have to build units in our city, it's that simple, to see, is there a balance? Is there a compromise somehow here to do what's really best for the community and for everyone, not just say no. I would really encourage the committee to maybe even look at a referral back to, again, look at the traffic route and the access points along with the intensification. So I'll leave it with that.
So Councillor, are you putting that referral, you motioning that?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Hillier? The clerk is working on a wording so that you can review to see if that's hits the points that you want, Councillor. Yeah, if the clerk could read that.
that the application by Copia Developments relating to the property located at 608 Commissioners Road West be referred back to the Civic Administration to review the traffic patterns, the access points, and to review the intensification for the proposed development.
Is that suitable, Counselor? Okay, we have a motion for a referral on the floor, and it's been seconded. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And thank you to the members of the gallery that participated tonight. To the committee, it is 6:45. I think we've got a number of items still to go. I would like to break for half an hour, if that is okay with committee members. Do I need? May I have a hand vote on that, please?
The motion carries.
Thank you. We will be back at 20 after 7. Okay, I'll call the committee to be back in session. We are at 3.8, which is a PPM dealing with 307 Sunningdale Road East. I will go to staff first for a brief overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Isaac de Kuster, planner in long-range planning and research for the zoning bylaw amendment application pertaining to the property municipally addressed as 307 Sunningdale Road East. The subject site is located on the south side of Sunningdale Road East, to the west of the T intersection with Lindisfarne Road, between Richmond Street and Adelaide Street North in the Uplands Planning District. The subject site is 0.6 hectares in size and is currently developed with a two-story single-detached residential dwelling, along with a detached garage and an in-ground pool on the east side of the subject property. There are two existing access points to Sunningdale Road East, a grass pathway and the driveway on the east side for vehicles. The entirety of the subject lands is located within an area regulated by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. Provincially significant wetlands and significant valley lands are located within the adjacent Heronhaven Park to the west. Land uses to the north include the Sunningdale Road East right-of-way and open space. Land uses to the east and south include low-density residential in the form of single-detached dwellings. The requested amendment is to facilitate the development of a two-story, 10-unit cluster single-detached dwelling development with a maximum density of 25 units per hectare and an increase in the open space area. No development or site alteration is proposed within the 30-meter buffer from the provincially significant wetland in Huronhaven Park. Finally, increased side yard setbacks from the eastern and western property lines are recommended in order to preserve the critical root zones for several boundary trees. The subject lands are located within the neighborhood space type, fronting a civic boulevard and a neighborhood connector. The proposed two-story single-attached dwellings are included in the range of permitted uses within the neighborhood space type for sites fronting on both a neighborhood connector and a civic boulevard with a maximum height up to 3 stories. Policies within the 1989 official plan and provincial policy statement support the requested amendment as the proposed development equates to 19 units per hectare on the subject lands, less than the approximate maximum density of 30 units per hectare permitted in the low-density residential designation of the 1989 official plan. Staff received comments from the public with respect to this application, and concerns have been raised with respect to loss of trees, heritage, privacy, traffic and vehicular access, and grading and stormwater concerns. Responses to these issues have been outlined in section 4.4 of the staff report and in Appendix C. I want to thank all members of the public for their comments and participation, and would also like to point out that 2 public letters have been added to the agenda on request. That brings me to the recommendation. Staff is recommending approval to rezone the subject lands from a residential R1 zone, a holding residential R1 zone, and an open space OS5 zone to a residential R6 special provision, R6-3 zone, and an open space OS5 zone. The recommended amendment is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the London Plan, and is consistent with the policies of the 1989 official plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. De Sister. Any questions, technical questions? I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Just a technical question through you to the clerk. Did we actually open the PPM?
I believe that's a good question, and clerk, we failed on that.
Yes, we did, I'm sorry.
So thank you. I guess that's why you're deputy mayor. So I will call upon the committee to make a motion to reopen. Councillor Hillier, second. Councillor Lewis, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Now I will go to committee for any technical questions for our staff. Seeing none, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Frank.
So I noticed, sorry, through the chair, staff, I noticed that the holding provision was taken away because the EIS was completed. But I'm just wondering, like if, I noticed that there are special provisions put on this one. I'm wondering if a special provision is the same weight as a holding provision, like until the special provisions are done, you can't move forward. So just wondering about that.
Mr. DeSister, can you comment on that?
Thank you. I'm going to refer this question to Mike Corby, please.
Mr. Corby?
Through the chair. So special provisions actually, in my opinion, hold more weight than the holding provision. They're actually regulations of the bylaw. So based usually on EISs, we develop zone lines and regulations on that, which implement the EIS. So yeah, they'll be covered off in the regulations of the special provisions.
Councillor?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm also wondering, I know that the Upper Thames is doing an updated floodplain map, and I'm just wondering if you know when that's going to come into effect, because I do think it would impact some of the decisions on this property.
Mr. Corby, do you want to handle this? Or Mr. DeSouza?
Thank you. I can take a first stab at it. I'm not sure about the timing related to that, but I do know that the UTRCA has generally indicated satisfaction with the information contained within the zoning bylaw application and has deferred the remainder of their comments to the site plan process, with the acknowledgement that the development concept shown may change under new ownership. Thank you.
Councillor Frank?
Okay, one more. And I'm not sure if it's technical or a later question. But again, I kind of mentioned this earlier. Bill 23 is suggesting that any site plan amendments for 10 units or less, for locations with 10 units or less, will not have to come back to council. So I'm just wondering, a lot of the stuff outlined in this was kind of dependent on site plan. And I guess I'm wondering, would the special provisions then again provide enough coverage to move forward on if we're not able to review site plan again?
Yeah, that's a challenging question because Bill 23 was just passed like hours ago. I'm sure our planning staff haven't had a chance to fully appreciate and integrate current applications, but I'll go to Mr. Corby for comments on that.
Through the chair, it's my understanding, even though it won't be going through site plan approval, any development still has to conform to zoning. So those special provisions we're implementing would still be implemented through a building permit stage.
Councillor Frank, you're good. Any other questions, technical? Okay, I'll go to the applicant. You have 5 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second heads up. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen gathered here today. My name is Hannah Surgener, and I'm a planner with Monteith Brown Planning Consultants, here tonight with Jay McGuffin, Vice President and Principal Planner at Monteith Brown. We are representing the applicant and owner of the property, Margaret Johnson. We would like to thank staff for all of their assistance through the application process and refining the development concept to get to what we have today in front of the committee. We would like to thank staff, and we support their recommendation with regard to the recommended approval of the zoning bylaw amendment, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Through the chair, I noticed that there are some boundary trees, and I did notice in the tree protection plan, it mentioned that consent would need to be given by the adjacent owners. I'm just wondering if that was sought and if that's been given, or if the boundary trees are all on the applicant property.
I'm sorry, Ms. Surgener.
Through the chair, the development concept as proposed does not propose to remove any of the boundary trees that are trees that are on the lot line essentially, so consent from a neighbor would be required to remove those. Our client has chosen to pursue a zoning bylaw amendment and a development plan that would not harm any of those boundary trees. And in addition to that, there's, I think, a 3-meter buffer around them as well in terms of grading and excavation to make sure no damage occurs to the roots.
Councillor? Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to folks from the public who want to address the committee in regards to this specific application. I don't see anyone in the gallery. Ask the clerk if there's anybody online.
Through the chair, there's no one on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. So one more quick look. Okay, I'll go to the committee to close BPM. Councillor Hilliard has moved it and Councillor Hopkins has seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Go to the committee now for questions, comments, motions. Councillor Hilliard.
I will move the staff recommendation.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor Lewis. Any comments or questions? We have a motion on the floor. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, I am supportive of the recommendation in front of us. I do have a quick question about the construction traffic in the area. Is there an opportunity, or where is the opportunity to look into the route for the construction traffic? Obviously, it is a concern, but the request is to have it off Sunningdale.
I'll go to the applicant maybe on that one. Plans for traffic during the construction period. I imagine for construction trucks in and out of the development, is that correct, Councillor? Or just traffic in general?
The construction traffic in
Right.
particular, there is a request to have it go onto Sunningdale as opposed to the Skyline Avenue.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I also read that comment from a member of the public concerned about the construction traffic. I would note that our client is not planning to develop the site themselves. It will likely be developed by a different party. And I believe questions about construction traffic would best be addressed by the city's transportation department. I'm assuming that that any kind of plan for construction traffic would have to be either approved by them or fall within their guidelines. So I don't know if I can answer that question specifically right now.
Councillor.
Is there anyone here from staff?
Is there anyone here from transportation that could shed some light on what, when this construction does get underway, where the city would be involved in addressing the needs of the community during the construction phase?
Through the chair, Mike Corby here. Maybe not from a transportation perspective, but just from a planning perspective, we are putting an open space 5 zone along the frontage of Sunningdale. So I can't imagine that we would permit construction vehicles to be going through that feature. So just from that perspective, I think we'd still want to see access from Skyline Ave.
Councillor.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Through the chair, so I was reviewing the landscape architect's comments, and I noticed that they had kind of provided comments on 3 different iterations of the tree protection plan. And I do think the final one really highlights my concerns, and I'm not sure if there's such a thing as a construction plan. But I do notice again that the boundary trees, the 3-meter setbacks, they literally touch the edge of the building. And so I'm just kind of wondering how, like what kind of plans could be done for the mitigation of construction, given that, you know, if literally the edge of the boundary is touching the building, I don't know how you can construct it without running over the roots repeatedly. So I don't know if there is a way for staff or the applicant to address, you know, what kind of construction mitigation methods would be available to avoid impacting the roots of the boundary trees.
I think I'll go to Mr. Corby on this one. If this was passed tonight, what protection is there for the trees referenced by the councillor?
Through the chair, so those buffers established, I think the agent touched on this, they do include an extra 3 meters from the root, critical root zone. So there is a buffer established within that to help deal with construction. Additionally, if this were to go through site plan, which we're not sure at this point, but if it were to go through site plan, mitigation measures can be established through that process.
Councillor Frank?
And if I could just follow up through the chair, so would mitigation methods, though, would that be essentially like fencing? Or I guess I'm just curious as to what the actual actions are regarding that.
Mr. Corby?
Through the chair, I may need to defer to the landscape architect or manager.
I'm happy to answer the question through the chair. Thank you. So fencing is indeed one of the mitigation strategies, as well as a revised tree protection plan that would also be required as part of site plan approval. There are also a variety of mitigation strategies or recommendations outlined in the environmental impact study that was conducted by the applicant. And those considerations also need to be taken into account at site plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frank.
That's all, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Any other questions or concerns? Then we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
We're moving on now to item 3 to deal with 4452 Wellington Road South. We'll ask staff for a brief overview. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to open the PPM. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Hillier. Seconded by Councillor Frank, and I will call the vote.
Councillor Hillier? Closing the vote. Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
We will, now that we've formally opened the PPM, I will go to staff for a brief overview.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. This is an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application pertaining to 4452 Wellington Road South. On October 17th, Municipal Council deferred consideration of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and referred the item back to staff to facilitate an additional public participation meeting and circulate the notice of public meeting to a broader notification area. Typically, properties within 120 meters are advised of any applications as per the requirements of the London Plan and the Planning Act. A sign was also posted on the property advising of the application on May 12th, 2022. Staff have consulted with the ward councillor, and this new notice of public meeting has been circulated to all properties within 300 meters of the site. A revised notification and radius map is also shown on page 457 of the agenda. Staff have reviewed the original recommendation and report and continues to support the original recommendation. The purpose and effect of the requested amendments are to facilitate the severance of the property and ultimately to construct 2 truck transport terminals on the eastern portion of the site, while retaining the westerly portion for future commercial uses, and to delineate a natural heritage feature and provide a 30-meter buffer from that feature and ensure future environmental studies prior to any development. Staff are available for any comment or any questions. Thank you.
I will go to staff for technical questions. Councillor Hillier.
Yes, just because I know I have people in the audience that would like to know is when is Dingman expected to be upgraded, because they have asked. Will there be a light at Dingman and Highbury? And that's it for technical right at the moment.
Ms. Posada.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I hope there's someone from transportation here with respect to that, because I do not know the answers to that. Or perhaps Heather McNeely is also on this call, and I see that she is.
Ms. McNeely, can you help us out?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and we have provided this information. However, just for the purpose of clarification, thank you, Councillor Hillier, there's no plans for any upgrades to Dingman at this point. However, through the larger review, there may be, through the EA review of within that area, they may be having intersection improvements, and including signalized intersection at some point, but it's not imminent at this point.
Thank you, Councillor. They're good. Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will go to the applicant. You have 5 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 30 seconds. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Scott Allen. I'm with MHBC Planning. And we are acting on behalf of the applicant, and representatives of our project team are available tonight to respond to questions from the committee. At the outset, we'd like to first reiterate our support for the findings and recommendations of the planning staff report as presented by Ms. Casado. We agree that the proposed use of the site aligns with applicable planning policies and is appropriate for these lands given the existing site context. Additionally, we wanted to advise the committee that in response to concerns received from area residents and comments from city departments, the applicant has recently taken 2 measures to help mitigate potential noise levels associated with the proposed transport terminal. Firstly, the applicant does not intend to provide a truck access to Dingman Drive, and drivers will be instructed to use Castleton and Roxburgh Road to connect with Highway 401. And secondly, the applicant engaged noise consultant, SS Wilson Associates, to forecast the level of noise generated from the facility's operations and the associated truck traffic on local roads. The consultants recently completed a noise analysis of external truck movements that's been submitted to city staff for review. Generally, the study concludes that noise volumes generated from truck movements on local roads are not expected to be significant or even perceptible at nearby residents along Dingman Drive. A more detailed assessment for on-site operations is underway and will inform the site plan design. As an outcome of that study, noise mitigation measures may be recommended for the facility and reviewed with city staff as part of the site plan approval process. Thank you, and I'll gladly answer any questions committee members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any technical questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll go to the public. I'll ask that you keep your comments to 5 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning when your time is about to expire. Please state your name and address, and you may go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is David Gillis. I live at 2753 Dingman Drive, and I've been there for 47 years. Now, I don't know, I had prepared a 1-minute visual, but I don't know if it's allowed to be shown. Could you tell me if it has arrived?
I think I'll ask the clerk. The clerk has not received anything, so I'm afraid not. Yeah, I'm sorry, it did not get through.
Well, I'm sorry too. The visual that I was going to provide is a little bit of a tour of our area, Glanworth, and it depicted a number of businesses and homes that are situated there. Glanworth, of course, is a community that has been around for longer than City of London. So, yeah, Brockley, I'm sorry, has been around for longer than the City of London. There are homes in Brockley that are well over 100 years of age. What we have had what we've experienced now, and I say I've been there for 47 years, so I've seen all of the development over these years, is quite a substantial increase in traffic in our area. 5 trucking companies within 2.5 to 3 at the most kilometers around my home. The new Costco, of course, is going to be a magnet for more traffic down Dingman Drive, which is very well traveled at the present time. So the noise pollution, you're maybe aware of the fight that we have endured for over 14 years with smell in our area. That has retreated to some large extent, I believe, to be fair, but it has been a major concern for our community for all those years. We're worried about the noise, the possibility of accidents. The road Dingman is not built for trucks, and as you just mentioned, it's not going to have an exit onto Dingman Drive. Happy to hear that. But this will be the 6th trucking company within an arm's length of our homes. We have beautiful homes in our area. We have multi-million-dollar homes in our area, beautiful yards. It's not a dump. And so we have unfortunately being the recipients of something like a dump in our area. Over the 401 south of London, nobody knows about broccoli. Not nobody, but most people wouldn't know what broccoli means except it's a vegetable. And I don't know how many of the, I don't know, I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't know if you as councillors have been to broccoli and gone down the avenue, gone down Grenadier Court, and seen some of the beautiful homes and the area that we have there. The character of our community is being substantially challenged by additions of this nature, the one that's being proposed. And we canvassed the neighborhood. We had 99% support. There, they have forums right there from the neighbors against allowing this to occur in our area. So I thank you for your consideration of what we are suggesting is please don't let this occur in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. Next speaker, please. You give us your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes. Please.
Okay, my name is Alan Tipping. 2809 Dingman Drive. I apologize, but I'm getting very tired of being here. Every time we turn around, this city is dumping into our neighborhood. It's disgusting. Obviously, you would not like to drive by truck transfer stations, and what they basically are is parking lots for trucks. The only transfer station we actually have in our area is Speedy. That's where the cargo gets unloaded, put into other trucks. These are parking lots. Okay, to the chair and through to the rest of everybody. I strongly oppose this, okay? The zoning is there. I spent hundreds of hours during the swap meetings. This city council and the planning department agreed our area needs special consideration, but that has disappeared. We just had a multi-million-dollar home built on the avenue it just finished weeks ago. How can you guys give permits for this stuff yet dump in all this truck stuff? This is disgusting. Okay, is this actually a truck transfer station, a depot, or is this just a parking lot? Those are answers that need to be done. We are the neighbors. We do ditch cleaning every year. We clean our ditches. Since these truck companies have come in, we are riddled with cleaning up urine bottles and people defecating behind their transport trucks. How would you like that in your neighborhood? This cleanup was 17 urine bottles in our ditches. We never had this until these truck transfer stations came in. There is no facilities for them. Okay? The other problem is there's no garbage for them. We take out trailers full of garbage every year from these places because we want a nice neighborhood. Lighting is a huge issue. There's no real big lighting bylaws, and we all know what LED lights do. You drive down the road, you see them on the front of cars. You can't see past them, so our neighborhoods are lit up. And this city is supposed to look at the dark sky program whenever they allow this stuff into a neighborhood. Now, some of the actual main reasons why this shouldn't be here. We're a residential community. As stated in SWAP, we should get very special consideration. But once again, we're here fighting this city for that consideration. This is an area that's growing. It should be growing in retail. This is another hub, retail and commercial. Look at the Costco that's going in there. What do you want to do? Put 10,000 cars with 500 more transports? What are you going to do? Wait till somebody's dead before somebody wakes up about this? We've always been dumped on. I read over a lot of the stuff from the planning here. Did they even mention that there was a community just up the street? If it wasn't for me and Steve, I would never have been notified about this. And now, because we had it referred, I was the only resident notified. So you can see the work we did in 2 weeks. 99% of our area signed petitions against this. Our roads, okay? We're country roads. We're not city roads. Our roads were never developed to take transports. They are very narrow. There's no sidewalks. There's no shoulders. There's no lighting. There's no street lights at Highbury and Dingman, which we now call as the death corner, because if you get into an accident there, you're likely dead. So can you imagine a transport trying to turn out there? People are coming down Highbury Ave from St. Thomas or from London at way over 100. Who's going to police all this? Even if you say no trucks down Dingman, who's going to police it? Because we have that already there, and these companies come down. They send their trucks down. Please, please, do not put the carriage here before the horse. There is no infrastructure to hold this here.
30
We're
seconds.
done. Pardon?
30 seconds.
Okay, I just want to close then. I want to say, I beg you not to allow this. We have our castles. I've lived in mine since 1979. 3 acres of cut grass, manicured lawn. It looks really nice. That's my property. Why do you have to allow a community to be destroyed? Remember, you don't. One last thing. As Greg Barrett did when they did the swap, they said we're a special community. We need to be looked at like that. And to the new members of council, Nat, why did you run for council? Because you wanted to change. You've seen the way councils run in the past. Stand up for that now. Make that change.
Thank you, Mr. Tipping.
Thank you.
Next speaker, if we could have your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes, and I'll give you a 30-second.
Gord Dowler, 2640 Dingman Drive. We've lived there for 50 years. My wife and I, we raised our family there. Alan's a tough act to follow. I think he made most of the good points. I have one question. Has there been any traffic study done? Right now, from Dingman to White Oaks Mall, it's a 3.4 kilometer drive. You're looking at 20 minutes to get there. Wellington Road cannot handle the traffic of two more truck terminals. Of course, Dingman Drive, we can't handle the transports going up, and yet they're running up and down there 24 hours a day. I know they're not supposed to be, but they're there. I'm retired. I see it all day long, and I hear them all night. So I just hope that the people on council will put themselves in our shoes. They wouldn't want transports running back and forth in front of their house. We don't want them either. I realize you have to have infill, and we have infill. When I moved there 50 years ago, there was 30 houses. Now there's 58 homes. 250 people roughly. So I think we should deserve some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other people that, ma'am, welcome. Please, lower it down, it's a good idea.
Thank you. My
Please,
name is Faith Connor, 2716 Dingman Drive. Through the chair, to the members of the committee and council. Firstly, I would like to thank you for bringing this matter back to public participation meeting. As the first time through, this process notification was intentionally only given out to properties within 120 meters of the property we are discussing tonight, which does not include any residences. I have lived on Dingman Drive for the past 21 years. I have seen the development of this area shift from poorly managed garbage disposals labeled as compost facilities to the potential for incredible development, such as the proposed IKEA and the newest Costco, which, according to some people, is the biggest in North America. I have dreamed about raising my family in the neighborhood for a very long time. Because of that, my family and I have worked hard to support this community. Among many other initiatives, we clean up our community every spring at our own expense, many times cleaning up several intentionally dumped bags of garbage, and increasingly the trash and bio-waste from truckers who utilize the existing truck facilities on Dingman. We are terrified, to say the least, at the implications that such a large parking lot would bring to our area. These are already issues with unsanctioned gatherings of hot rod cars and trucks meeting in the existing parking lot not too far from this proposed one. This puts our neighborhood at great safety issues. It brings up issues for illegal activities, among other undesirable activities in our area, including this past summer, which was brought down from other communities, hot rods that came and gathered and kept up all night. We did hear it in our neighborhood. Even though they say the trucks won't make a sound, we hear it with buildings buffering us already. Looking to the future for this community, we beg you to think, not just 4 years down the road, not even 10, but what will it look like in 7 generations? As the original stewards of the land have done since immemorial, will the city plan for the fast dollar, or will it plan for sustainability of the community that is growing outside of the vision of any of us? Our neighbors in St. Thomas see the growth, and Wellington Road is the most traveled by commuters. Adding transport trucks to this area will increase frustration and animosity between 2 already strained worlds. We need a working relationship with our truck drivers, and they need facilities that can accommodate them. On Highbury off the 401, there are already rest stops, fuel, services that are essential to their well-being. This location does not have any of these. And with the growth of this area, it will likely never have it. Costco is the first of many new retail locations opening up on Dingman Drive. But we must remember that there are homes here first. There are people here first. Businesses are essential, but so are our homes. Please stop the unnecessary parking lot from being passed. The land could be much better suited for future urban development that could integrate the needed commercial and retail along with residential facilities that the city does require. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers that wish to address the committee? I'll ask the clerk if they're already online.
Through the chair, there's no one online.
Anyone else? I'll go to committee then to close the PPM. Councillor Hillier, motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Frank. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
For comments, questions, motions, etc. Councillor Hillier.
Yes, thank you very much. And like was pointed out, I have 81 notifications from everybody that lives in the neighborhood except for one who had a conflict of interest. That's 99% participation that are upset about this. This, to me, is a classic case of putting the cart before the horse again. This neighborhood does not have what it takes to support the trucking route. We do not have light at Dingman. The road, as soon as you approach Broccoli, it actually narrows at that point. They have no shoulder. If you've had to walk on that road, if 2 full-size pickup trucks are going down that road, you would have to move into the ditch. So I'm trying to figure out why we're trying to put more trucking down a road that really shouldn't have it. Now, I am going to be voting against this, and I'm hoping my colleagues will as well, because I would like to put a motion forth to eliminate trucking from the Broccoli area, but I'm not sure if it'll go through. My residents have been putting up with more than you can imagine. I would like to thank staff for extending the notification from 120 to 300. And I'd like to give a special shout out to Al up top there for doing a good job and doing what he does. I appreciate that. I don't know what to say. We covered this in the last meeting. The entire neighborhood is under attack, like they were saying. And it has been since I've been in office, and we've been fighting to save what we can. And I don't know if my colleagues will agree with me, but I will hope you will vote this down and possibly wait until that neighborhood is upgraded. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or motions? Well, committee members are deep in thought. I will go to staff. There is one question regarding a traffic study. Ms. Posado, can you let us know if there has been any traffic studies in conjunction with this application?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair, there was a traffic study done for this development application. It's actually available on the city's website as well as part of the webpage for the application. So any of the members of the public can review it. And if they want, excuse me, a link to it, all they need to do is contact me, which hopefully they have from the notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillier.
Just so we know, what is the date of that traffic study? Did it take place during COVID?
Ms. Posado?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you'll have to bear with me because I need to find that report now. Let me just see here. I apologize. I'm just having trouble securing it. I believe it was dated 2020 or 2019, perhaps. Actually, sorry, Scott Allen is available as well. He may be able to answer that more quickly. Thank you.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you. Paradigm Transportation, Solutions carried out the study that's dated February 2022. Thank you.
Councillor? So I'm looking for some action or some direction here from council or committee members. Councillor Hillier, do you want to make a motion?
I will make a motion to deny the request.
Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I have a question through you to our staff, and I don't know whether Ms. Posado can answer this or if this is, I suspect it might be something more along the lines of site plan approval, but we heard a lot of concern from the community about the lack of facilities. Recognizing that this is a zoning, an application for a zoning change, what sorts of, I guess, minimum requirements, standards, if this were to be approved or referred back or whatever the case might be, what sort of expectations would staff have, whether it's in an application to go ahead with a building or for site plan approval in terms of facilities on a site like this.
Ms. Posado.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as far as I know, there are no real specific requirements, i.e., particular amounts of washroom facilities or washroom facilities available for truckers 24/7, that sort of thing. We don't have those sorts of standards from what I recall through site plan or building permit. I'm sure there's something with respect to washrooms in general, but it might just be for staff, and that might be a sort of a loose term in terms of what that means for staff. So I don't know if I see that Mike Pease, our manager of site plan, is also on this call, and he may be able to confirm or add some additional considerations. But as far as I know, like I said, there is no actual requirements for a certain amount of facilities as was mentioned.
Mr. Pease, can you shed some light here?
Certainly. Ms. Posado, I think, answered it pretty succinctly. The OBC would generally dictate washrooms. The site plan control bylaw would not get into washrooms. Other facilities such as garbage and lighting to a certain extent are controlled through site plan. And, depending on the type of building that would come along with the use here, as we don't have a site plan in our hands right now, we would govern that accordingly through lighting studies or adequate provisions of garbage storage.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, through you, Chair, to staff, just so we could get the conversation going. I do have a couple questions. And my first question is, what exactly is the intention of this facility? I heard from the public that it's just going to be a parking lot. So I wonder if more information could be given to us. And as it relates to the second question, as it relates to the site plan process, understand lighting will be looked at. Garbage, is there an opportunity for a holding provision through that process at all? Two questions.
Ms. Posado?
Through you, Madam. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hopkins. I think the first question can actually be better perhaps answered by Mr. Allen, who's also on this call. But in terms of the second question, a holding provision, there wasn't one that was recommended for the site. Certainly, Council can also, as part of the recommendation, direct the approval authority to consider additional considerations like improved lighting or garbage or whatever, fencing, things in that nature that can be looked at through the approval as part of the site plan approval process and through the approval authority's mandate. So that's something that can be done as well. If Mr. Allen's on the call, he might be able to more succinctly perhaps answer the question of what exactly this facility is. It was applied for as a transport terminal, but perhaps he knows a bit more about the actual operation of the facility.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to call on Nav Singh with the applicants group. He is on the telephone and he can provide you much better detail as to what the expectation is for this site. I would like to quickly mention that the site plan approval process, we will certainly, through that process, we will certainly work to develop a quality facility, recognizing the concerns of neighbors and staff as well.
Are you on the line? Mr. Singh?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hey, how are you, sir? So we guys own a trucking company in Brampton, so we are making our terminal over there. That is why we applied for the, it's not a gravel truck yard or anything. We will be making a fully asphalt, lighting, fenced, fully fenced, secured, gated terminal over there, so we can bring the trucks and trailers over there. And as far as the route is concerned, we are very close to the 401. So we won't, my drivers or anyone else, won't be using the dingman. We will be sending trucks to right on the Wellington to take 401 and go east or west. Like we've been doing trucking from last 20 years. So this will be a like, you know, fully well-managed, well-maintained truck terminal.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins, did you get a satisfaction from that answer? Okay, thank you. So here's where we're at, folks. We have a motion that has not been seconded. And I don't see anyone seconding that motion, so that motion is no longer in play. I'll look for another motion, or we will go to council with no decision. I prefer not to, but that could be where we're headed. Councillor Hopkins.
I would like to put the recommendation on the floor. I move the recommendation, and then I'll wait for the seconder and I'll speak to it.
So we have a motion on the floor to accept staff recommendation. Do we have a seconder for that? I'll second that motion. So we now have a motion on the floor that's been seconded. Any comments or questions regarding the motion? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for seconding the motion. I think it's important that we have the conversation here at Planning Committee. That's what we're here for. And I want to thank the public for coming out. I hear your concerns. I know living south of the 401 in the area as you go as you go west along Dingman Creek and Dingman Road, there are challenges of moving around. They exist in the west part of Dingman Road as well, and over towards Wonderland. And I hear the same concerns from my residents on trucks, safety issues. It's an area that is growing very fast, but it's also a challenge how we move around safely with the amount of trucks and speed throughout this whole area south of the 401. I appreciate we're speaking to your area, but I can't wait for this EA assessment that needs to be done throughout Dingman Road. I know we're looking at a mobility plan as well as we enter this year, 2023, and it is really important that the community get out and speak to the concerns of safety on the roads as we experience truck traffic in particular. I am supporting the recommendation. I think it's something that what would be here would be commercial. So there would be traffic, there would be parking. I think it's good to know that no trucks are going to access onto Dingman, and I would strongly suggest that a no truck route be put on Dingman Road if this does go forward, and to only use Wellington Road. The noise consultation that took place noted that there was no significant noise. I know it's just a study, but I'm really pleased to hear that a noise mitigation on site will be done as this goes through the process. So I would definitely make a few recommendations here to the approval for authority in terms of improving the lighting in this area. I know lighting, we do it down, we don't put it up to the skies. We have the light going down, but that would be a concern. And I think it's a huge challenge when we're used to dark skies and then all of a sudden we're going to see a lot of lighting coming into the community. It does have to be done very well. So through that site plan process, improved lighting, looking at that intensification, looking at the garbage, looking at fencing, looking at the quality of the facility. I heard the applicant here speak that it would be a quality facility, and through the site plan process, I would encourage staff to take note of a number of these comments that I'm making in support of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? So we have a motion that's been seconded. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to build on what Councillor Hopkins was just saying in follow-up to considerations for the site plan authority approval. I want to make sure that it's captured really well that it is expected that the applicant provide adequate garbage and rest facilities in terms of the size of whatever application they bring forward for a transportation terminal. It is not acceptable to have truckers who are utilizing a terminal to be throwing bio-waste on the side of the road. And frankly, to me, that comes to applicants for any facilities like this, not just this one, but any facilities like this, should be obligated to provide adequate facilities for the staff, even those temporary staff of the drivers who are coming in to unload, transfer, etc. So I just want to echo that, what we heard from the public, and I want to make sure that that's captured loud and clear in the items for consideration to the site plan authority, because that's got to be addressed, or when this comes forward again, I think we're going to have some serious problems. So it's got to address the needs of the people who are going to be working there, even if the drivers are only there for a few hours. So I really want to emphasize that.
Thank you. Any other comments before I call the vote? Okay, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion passes 4-1.
We are now at item 3.10 regarding 952 Southdale Road West. I will ask staff, or I will call on committee to make a motion to open the PPM. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank. We'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Brief overview of this application.
Thank you, Chair. This is an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application pertaining to 952 Southdale Road West. There are a package of slides provided through the agenda starting on page 593 if you'd like to review those and some of the concept plans that have also been attached. The subject site is comprised of one lot located at the northeast corner of Southdale Road West and Colonel Talbot Road intersection. The eastern portion of the site currently contains a provincially significant wetland. The requested amendments are to facilitate the development of a commercial office and residential uses on the site, as shown on slide 3, page 595 of the agenda. The requested commercial component consisting of a supermarket, a 2-story commercial office building, and a single-story commercial building is approximately 5,000 square meters in size. The requested residential component includes 3 3-story stacked townhouse buildings with a total of 30 units, or a density of 97 units per hectare. The easterly part of the site is proposed to remain undeveloped to ensure the protection and preservation of a provincially significant wetland and associated natural heritage features and buffers. The subject site is within the neighborhood's place type at the intersection of 2 civic boulevards, and a portion of the site is within the green space place type. As a result of the London Plan appeal, a settlement was reached with the applicant, which resulted in a decision at the Ontario Land Tribunal for a special London Plan policy for the site, which permits retail, service, and office uses up to a combined maximum floor area of 5,000 square meters as part of a mixed-use development, subject to conditions on design, mixing of uses, and maximum building heights. Overall, the proposed development meets the policies of the London Plan. Staff received comments from the public with respect to this application, and concerns have been raised with respect to density, noise, environmental concerns, property values, and safety. Through the application review, the development limit and buffer has been agreed to, which includes a 30-meter and greater buffer in certain sections and a reduced buffer from 15 to 25 meters in other sections. This ensures a maximized 30-meter buffer at the most significant points on site adjacent to the Buttonbush Swamp, but still allowing the development some flexibility. Staff have also identified the required parks pathway as per the London Plan will be located within this buffer. The buffers and the significant natural heritage features are to be zoned open space. Holding provisions have also been added to the zones to ensure all reports and compensation works are fully completed and accepted by staff and the Upper Thames, that a Section 28 permit from the Upper Thames is received, and that a median is constructed on Colonel Talbot to restrict access to rights in and rights out for the residential development. Staff have recommended several special provisions to facilitate the proposed concept provided by the applicant. As noted in the applicant's submission to council, several special provisions are not supported from staff's perspective. The reduction in the minimum required parking setback from a road allowance does not provide adequate space to plant trees and other landscaping measures adjacent to the road allowance as required by site plan control bylaw. Reductions ensure no possibility for landscaping and screening within the identified setback space, and instead relies on the city to provide and upkeep the necessary landscaping on city boulevards, which is not the intent of this bylaw. The reduction of the minimum rear yard setback from 8 meters to 2 meters abutting the proposed R8-4 zone is not supported, as it will be further impacting the residential uses proposed to the north of the site. However, if Planning and Environment Committee are considering the request, then a reciprocal minimum interior side yard setback of 10.5 meters should also be included in the residential R8-4 zone to ensure new residential development is set back a sufficient distance from the commercial property line and to assist in minimizing any future impacts. Staff are recommending an amendment to the London Plan to change the place type from green space to neighborhoods and from neighborhoods to green space, and to modify the provincially significant wetland feature on map 5. Staff are also recommending an amendment to the zoning bylaw to a holding residential R8 special provision zone, a holding community shopping area special provision zone, and an open space zone, with special provisions for reduced front yard setbacks, maximum gross floor area, density of 97 units per hectare, maximum building heights, alternative definition of stacked townhomes, and building orientation. The recommended amendments will permit the development of commercial, office, and residential uses for the site while facilitating the protection of a significant environmental feature. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pizzato. Any technical questions for our staff? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. The extra buffering that is being asked for by staff, which is 30 meter at its parts of it, 30 meter. I understand there's a trail that's going to go along as well. Is the trail going to be part of the buffering of up to 30 meters?
Ms. Pizzato.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. The buffer will also include the ultimate parks pathway that will be located within that. There was a active mobility pathway identified through the London Plan for this site, and that will be secured through that buffer area for the future.
Councillor.
Yeah, just so I can have a better understanding on, so the trail is going to be part of the buffering. And the buffering will not always be 30 meters. So is the trail going to be accommodated within the buffer zone and not sort of, I guess, extending past the 10 meters, if you know what I mean?
Ms. Pizzato.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the buffer, it isn't exactly known where the pathway will be located, but it will be within the buffer, not the feature itself. It will only be located in those areas it will be located in the area basically that is considered to be the buffer, not the actual natural heritage feature. So depending on the width, we will look for appropriate locations outside of those features within the buffer that make the most sense basically on site. In the areas of 30 meters, that means we have a lot more potential for moving that pathway. In the areas that are a bit more constrained, with the 15 meters, we'll only have certain spots that we can potentially have that pathway. So it'll be a process that we will work through with Parks Planning, Site Plan, and the Upper Thames as well, who ultimately will have to issue a permit.
And we're not approving any pathway. You did mention that we're not sure how that's going to look like, but we're not approving a pathway here tonight.
Ms. Posada.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we're not approving the actual location of the pathway tonight. We are simply recommending a development limit for the development itself to proceed, recognizing that we will zone the open space area, which will recognize the feature as well as future buffer and pathway.
Councillor Frank.
Through the chair, to follow up on that. So my understanding is a buffer is a naturalized area that is naturalized. So I guess I'm kind of confused about how a pathway can go through a buffer, and how come the pathway isn't on the other side of the buffer, outside of the buffer.
Ms. Posada.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the buffer is not a, how do I put this? It's not a portion of the feature itself. It's usually a setback from the feature. So it usually includes root zones, for instance, if it was a woodland or if there was a woodland component to it. For wetlands, that 30 meters would mean that any pathway would be located outside of the feature itself and instead would be within an area that may be more naturalized, but is not actually a part of that feature. Therefore, there wouldn't be any, how would I say this? There wouldn't be any major vegetation removal, for instance, with respect to that pathway being located. But again, this will all be secured through the next stage at site plan and with the with Parks Planning and Upper Thames.
Councillor Frank.
Through the chair, to follow up on that, I guess given your role, how often do planners recommend or approve pathways through buffers? Is that common? Again, I'm new to the committee, so is that common or is that unusual?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's actually somewhat common because ultimately, usually what occurs is that the city can secure the feature plus buffer as part of an application. So therefore, typically we will see pathways then secured within that buffer area as well, because the city will ultimately own those lands as well. So then we can ensure that we situate a pathway without impacting the environment.
Councillor.
Sorry, I'm going to be really annoying about the buffer. Through the chair, I'm also wondering, so the 30-meter buffer zone is the new EMG minimum. I'm wondering, like, what was the decision-making process to decide to not use the full effect of the EMGs on this application, given it's still at this stage where we could be making decisions on a 30-meter buffer versus 15-meter, like we still have the ability to apply the new EMGs. So I'm just wondering what the decision-making process was for that.
Ms. Posada.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this application came in 2021. Therefore, the new EMGs were not in force in effect at that time. The consideration then for this application would revert to the old EMGs, which is a very different process, and I think it was explained somewhat in the report as well with respect to that. So that was part of the considerations for the reduction in buffer in certain areas, as well as the maximized buffer in other areas to compensate for any potential additional mitigation, et cetera, that might be necessary.
Ms. Frank. I'm sorry, Councillor Frank.
I'm okay on this for now, but I do have other questions. So I don't know if anyone else has any more buffer questions.
Any other technical questions? Then I will go to the applicant for no more than a 5-minute presentation. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Again, Scott Allen, MHBC Planning. We're acting on behalf of the applicant. At this time, we'd like to advise the committee that we support the intent of the recommended official plan amendments set out in the planning staff report, and that we're largely in support of the staff recommended zoning bylaw amendment. As Ms. Passato has advised, these amendments are based on a revised development plan advanced by our project team and presented in the staff report. The modified plan itself was designed with consideration of comments received through the application review process and through extensive consultation with city staff. The committees received correspondence from the applicant requesting modifications are made to two key elements of recommended CSA 1 zoning or commercial zoning to help implement the revised development plan. I'll briefly touch on both of these matters, noting Ms. Passato's comments previously. Firstly, given the central position of the planned supermarket in the proposed development plan, a reduction in the rear yard setback in the commercial zone from 8 meters to 2 meters is requested to accommodate a residential parking lot to the rear of the supermarket. This parking lot is to serve as townhouse units planned for the north end of the site. To ensure that an adequate separation distance is provided between the supermarket and these townhouses, we propose to increase the minimum setback in the proposed R84 zone at this boundary from 4.5 meters to 10.5 meters. In effect, this would provide a minimum 12.5 meter setback between the supermarket and townhouse units, which equates to the combined minimum setback requirements under the standard CSA 1 and R84 zones. Secondly, a minimum 0.5 meter parking area setback is requested from adjacent streets to ensure sufficient commercial parking is available to meet tenant needs. We recognize that the standard 3 meter minimum setback is set out and is intended to ensure adequate lands are available for street-oriented landscaping. To compensate for that loss of landscaped area adjacent to the street boulevards, enhanced landscaping will be provided other prominent locations within the site through the site plan review process. And additionally, through the course of that process, all opportunities to increase the parking area setback from 0.5 would be explored, provided a sufficient amount of parking supply can be provided. Additionally, Mr. Chair, after further review, we're proposing to cap the maximum gross floor area for the proposed supermarket at 35,000 square feet, or approximately 3,250 square meters. This provision will help ensure that the development accommodates the anticipated mix of retail, service, office, and residential uses. In our opinion, these three refinements to the proposed zoning are appropriate for the site context, integral to the overall viability of this development. We therefore respectfully request that the Planning and Environment Committee support these our applications and endorse our requested revisions to the zoning bylaw amendment. And a redline version of our draft bylaw was provided to city staff early this afternoon. It's essentially the same as the one included in the applicant's submission, other than it includes a proposed cap for supermarket space. Thank you for consideration, and our project team is available to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. We'll go to committee for any technical questions. Councillor Hopkins.
I had a hard time hearing Mr. Allen. I was really trying to concentrate on what he was saying. I got bits and pieces of it. I think I will wait until after the PPM for further questions of staff. I think maybe that's the better way to go.
Okay, absolutely. We'll be here until you are satisfied with the information needed. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'll go to the public right now for their comments. We'll ask you for your name and your address and remind you you have 5 minutes, and at 30 seconds I will remind you of 30 seconds and ask that you wrap up. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Mills. I'm on the board of directors for the Condominium Corporation at 2615 Colonel Talbot Road, which is directly, it's on the northwest corner of the intersection with Southdale. With this application, traffic impacts are perhaps the biggest concern that we have. Our condominium consists of 32 houses located on a private street which intersects with Colonel Talbot Road directly across from the proposed development. The traffic impact assessment submitted with this planning application took into consideration the main intersection at Colonel Talbot and Southdale and the intersection of Colonel Talbot and Cherry Grove Drive to the north of us, but completely ignored the intersection of our street and Colonel Talbot. None of the diagrams with existing conditions, traffic volumes, or expected future conditions illustrate the entrance to our community as a consideration for future traffic operations. Our street actually has a higher population and vehicular density than Cherry Grove Drive to the north of us, and the fact that it was ignored in the traffic impact assessment is puzzling to say the least. Both of the proposed entrances to the development will permit left and right turns into or out of the property, and yet there seems to be no proposal made for widening the street to create turning lanes. The problematic exclusion of the entrance to our community from the traffic study will result in a situation perhaps where within 290 meters between the intersection of Southdale and Colonel Talbot to Cherry Grove, there will be 4 unsignalized access points, 2 proposed accesses to the development and the entrance to Cherry Grove and to our community. We believe that this will likely result in significant traffic tie-ups, particularly in peak hours. This plus the additional traffic noise that will result are of considerable concern to our homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go to the next speaker. Remind you that you have 5 minutes. If we could have your name and address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kimberly Lake, and I live in the same development as Mr. Mills. We are right across from the proposed plaza, and I'm quite concerned about it because everything from Bowler Road to Wonderland on the north side of Southdale is all residential. Everything. And now suddenly they're going to put a supermarket. I don't understand the need for it. Obviously, it's not my bailiwick, it's not what I do, but it would seem to be consistent if it was all townhouses. So I don't know why this is even being allowed. If anybody's ever driven up and down Colonel Talbot, they know people, when they're traveling southbound, they just fly down the street. In fact, when I drive down, I pump my brakes as I'm turning into our little development. We have a small, narrow driveway into our unit, our community, and in order to not be rear-ended, I always tap my brakes. Once there's a Starbucks there, which will be open from 6:30 till 9 p.m., and then a Farm Boy from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., the extra traffic will just make it that much more dangerous. And to Mr. Mills' point, there's nothing been planned for a dedicated turn lane for us. So we are a small community, and that makes me worry that we're just going to be neglected. But there's about 100 residents, Paul, roughly 100 people who live there. Probably 10 children, maybe 10, 15% are children. It's just going to be very difficult to get around. And with the roundabout, I don't know about you, but I wasn't brought up in England doing roundabouts. I find them a little confusing, and I think a lot of people do as well. I think there's just going to be so much congestion, so much confusion. It's just going to be rife for an accident. So I don't know what the exact answer is other than turn lanes, better signage, or just put townhouses in there. That would seem to be the best to me. The other thing is there have been different diagrams shown to us exactly where the entrance into the plaza and the parking lot is. Some of them show the entrance just north of our only entrance, and some of them show it directly across. So if it's directly across, again, it's just going to be a nightmare. There are north-south routes in London seem to be few and far between, and Colonel Talbot's just going to get busier and busier. Plus, I understand there's to be the Cherry Grove access over into the homes in behind. So once those people start using that exit to get to Colonel Talbot to go north or south, it's just going to increase it more and more. So I know we're only 100 people who live there, but it's important to us, and we need to be protected. Let me see what else. is the answer a dedicated lanes for us? And the other thing is, Councillor Hopkins was talking about lighting. That's another thing. It's just going to be super bright from morning to night over there. And I bought my property because I'm on the pond. It was beautiful. Pond, looking across at green fields. I know it's not going to stay green fields. That would be unrealistic. But what's going there, if there's any chance it can be turned into townhomes, that would be wonderful, or somehow at least take into consideration the safety of the people who live at 2615. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lake. Any other people that would address it? Yes, sir. You'll have 5 minutes, and if you please give your name and address. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ryan Delarentis. My wife and I live at 1500 Thornley Street. Our house backs onto the wetland at Southdale and Colonel Talbot. You know, there's been a lot of discussion around the words environment and wetland in this application. I hope my comments here provide a better definition of what those words mean in the context of this proposal. Right behind our house is a wetland conservation area that is filled with all kinds of wildlife, greenery, different species of birds, turkeys, frogs, foxes, coyotes, deer, you name it, we have it in our backyard. It's truly what drew us to this home. While I believe this project is being designed with the best intentions for its end users and consumers, I am here on behalf of the current users and consumers of the wetlands who I believe will be negatively affected by this development, and unfortunately who don't have a voice at this hearing. I don't believe the proposed 30-meter boundary between 952 Southdale and the current wetland is wide enough to leave those that inhabit this space undisturbed. Has a comprehensive environmental study been conducted to determine what the impact of this development will be on the species and wildlife that currently live in this wetland? Where will these animals go during the construction? Do we know what the net effect of the additional traffic and pollution will bring to this area? I've never considered myself an environmentalist. Among other things, I'm an entrepreneur and a business owner. But over the past 18 months living at this property, something has changed for me. Seeing and engaging with the wildlife that now lives right behind us, I have a newfound appreciation for the plants, birds, and animals that make our planet such an amazing place to live. Regardless of my own selfish reasons for not wanting this development in our backyard, I would urge the committee members to consider the disruption that a project of this size and magnitude will cause to the animals and plant life that currently live there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will go to the gentleman over here. If I could have your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Harry Frusios with Zelenka Priamo Limited. I'm here this evening on behalf of the owner of the commercial center lands on the southeast corner of Colonel Talbot and Southdale. We just have some concerns that the proposed commercial development does not impact the planned function of our clients' lands, which are within the shopping area place type and zone commercial shopping area. Just of note, our client was not able to provide any comments during the establishment of the site-specific London Plan policy that allows a maximum gross floor area of 5,000 square meters. This special policy, as was noted by Ms. Posada, was created as part of resolutions through the site-specific London Plan appeals and not through the typical public process. Notwithstanding, we just want to ensure that the amending zoning bylaw amendment is indicative of the intent of the site-specific policy within the framework of the neighborhood's place type. Our concern with the proposed zoning amendment is that there is no restrictions placed on the size of individual uses, such as a supermarket. Conceivably, a supermarket could be put on the subject site with a total square meters, or total of 5,000 square meters, which is not what the neighborhood place type or the site-specific policy is intended to achieve as it relates to the retail, service, and office uses. In my opinion, these policies contemplate a mix of uses rather than large single users, which would be more appropriately located in the shopping area place type. However, we do want to thank the applicant and their consultant in bringing forward the amended zoning amendment that would restrict the gross floor area of a supermarket to 3,250 square meters approximately. And we would suggest that, and we are in support of that amendment, we would hopefully and request that planning committee do support that amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, we'll go up to you next. If we could have your name and address, please, and you have 5 minutes. Oh, hold on a second. We can't hear you down there. Is that mic turned on. If you don't mind.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Hindemith, and I live at 1500 Thornley Street. I am not in agreement with this proposal and would like to see the complex not be developed. With the amount of vacant commercial buildings already in London, I think the focus should be filling those units and not building new ones. Across the street from the proposed complex is already a grocery store. There's also another one down the street at Wonderland and Southdale. So again, I don't really see the necessity here on building another grocery store. Why not plant more trees instead and promote the wildlife that already live there? Maybe a walking trail from Cranbrook to Colonel Talbot, sorry, I'm nervous, would be more useful. Please don't build more commercial buildings. Let's fill the ones that already are here in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any other folks that would like to speak to the committee? I'll go to the clerk to see if there's anyone online.
Through the chair, there's no one on the Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go to committee to close the PPM. Can I have a mover, Councillor Hillier, a seconder, Councillor Frank, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Committee members for questions, comments, motions, etc. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I do have a number of questions based on a number of concerns that I heard from the community as well as from the applicants. So just starting off with, so we have a better understanding what we can do on this property. From what I understand, it was an OLT decision, and I want to confirm with staff that that is the case, and it's for mixed uses.
Ms. Pizzato.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the special policy that was applied was a settlement that went to the OLT for the decision. So there is a special policy on site that permits commercial office uses up to a maximum of 5,000 square meters in a mixed use type of development with residential as well. So there's several components that I believe in the planning report it goes through in greater detail how the actual policy is worded.
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it's really important that we understand what we can do on this property, and we don't have a choice based on the OLT decision. So moving forward then with that, I want to ask a question around, there's a number of people here from the public that are from the condominium complex across the street, and there's an access. And it's very hard to tell with the mapping that we have how it's positioned to the entrance across the street to this development. So my question is, where is this new access to this new development compared to the access to the condo units across the street?
Ms. Pizzato.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you look at page 502 of the agenda, it shows a picture of the latest concept that was submitted for this application. And it shows that access being directly across from 2615 Colonel Talbot access. So they will be directly across from each other. That is what's being proposed.
Is that in the new one? Okay, I'll look at that. Is it kitty corner, or if you could help with the public here?
Sure. I wish I could show it, but unfortunately, if anyone has a copy of the agenda, like I said, on page 502, it shows the latest concept for the site, and you can clearly see on that concept plan that the two access points align. So the access point currently for 2615 Colonel Talbot aligns with the proposed access off of Colonel Talbot for the grocery store and office commercial building.
Councillor.
Okay, I think that's really important that there is some type of an alignment there with these two access points. I do want to say that we just went through an information session for the roundabout that's going to be taking place at Colonel Talbot and Southdale in 2023. And I know there were a few comments, maybe some of the public may not think it's going to be helpful, but it is so needed at this intersection. Right now we have lights, left-hand turn onto Southdale from Bowler in particular can take forever. I think the roundabout will create more flow. One of the things I've learned about these roundabouts is that if you have four directions of traffic that are really busy, they work really well. And this is an intersection that is very, very busy. I do think there's a concern around how residents are going to enter onto Colonel Talbot, even though the roundabout is further south. It still is going to be a challenge for them as they make left-hand turns with all this. So I don't know if a pedestrian crossing or traffic lights, maybe that is something that can be looked at through the process, but it is going to create a bit of a congestion for condo owners, and there's probably about 100 of them that are coming out of there. I know we're not here tonight to make decisions on pedestrian crossings, but I do want to let the committee know that there are challenges. Even though we're going to be having a roundabout, it's going to be important that we really look at how owners from the condo complex enter onto Colonel Talbot. It's really going to be important. My next question is around I'm just trying to read my notes here. The intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendment, and to allow for this type of development, there is a request for minimum site setbacks. I wonder if I can, through you, Mr. Chair, ask staff what if any, concerns that they have for the applicant's request. And unfortunately, I have not seen that request, so I'd like a little bit more information on the request that is being made by the applicant.
Ms. Pizzato?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hopkins, the request that was recently submitted by Mr. Allen on behalf of the applicant, one of the requests was for a minimum reduction in parking area setback from the ultimate road allowance. Normally that would be a 3-meter setback. And as I detailed in my presentation, we typically require that in order to ensure that there's adequate spacing for trees and landscaping, given our want and need for additional landscaping for especially these types of developments from the roadway for a better pedestrian environment. And they are looking for a reduction to 0.5 meters, which in our opinion, or rather staff's opinion, is insufficient to be able to do those types of plantings. Thereby, it potentially could fall on the city to provide those types of buffering or landscaping or upkeep that type of landscaping in the city boulevard, which is, again, not the intent of the site plan bylaw when requiring that 3 meters. The second request from Mr. Allen on behalf of the applicant was a reduction in the rear yard setback for the proposed grocery store adjacent to the residential units. That would be a 2-meter rear yard setback, whereas typically there'd be an 8-meter setback for that commercial use. Staff had concerns with that, obviously, from a possible impact perspective on the future residential. The applicant, though, has also proposed a 10.5 meter interior side yard setback for the residential zone. So that would ensure that that there would be additional setback then provided by the residential rather than by the commercial to allow the commercial to come closer to the property line, and then the residential would be pushed farther back in an effort to mitigate any potential noise or issues with the land use incompatibility.
Counselor?
Yeah, so I understand there's no concerns there with that reduction then? It's give and take, and if you can just help me understand the process a little bit here, what the ask is and what can happen and what needs to be changed.
Ms. Pizarro?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hopkins. So both of those requested reductions or special provisions that the applicant is requesting were not supported by staff for the reasons that I outlined. The most recent request, though, with respect to the 10.5 meter setback in the residential zone and the 2 meter setback, previously we did not support anything like that because we weren't entirely sure where the location of the access point would be for the residential. So, you know, applying a 10.5 meter setback within the residential zone may not be possible, given that that access is very much going to be dictated by transportation with the location of the median, et cetera. So we weren't entirely sure on that, but as I detailed, Mr. Allen has provided that additional information. So if planning committee or council decides to add that to any potential zoning bylaw amendment, then certainly that is up to council.
Okay, thank you for that. And if the committee will allow me one last question, and then I'll listen to the process going forward. Then it would go through site plan. I know there's there's quite a bit of work that still needs to be done with the flood storage measures. I know there's a holding provision on that. I know this area quite well because it's got the best asparagus in town that's growing right next to this property. And the reason it's really good asparagus is because there's lots of water around. So I would think, so I'm pleased that there's some holding provisions there for water measurement. But, you know, there's still, for me, a few unanswered questions that still remain, in particular with the buffering and this sensitivity. So how do we proceed going forward? And I don't want to belabor, but there's so many changes going on throughout the past year with a number of bills and bills to come, with changes that it's like starting Planning 101 all over again. So what is the process going forward for the public just through the site plan process?
Ms. Posado?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hopkins, their site plan process, we have not recommended a public site plan process, so this would be administrative. And at this time, that site plan approval authority is nested with staff, so it would be as part of the site plan approval authority's process that they would ultimately approve that site plan. So there would be no further public involvement essentially for this application if the application proceeds as is.
Councillor Hopkins.
And just to follow up, if the public is interested or has questions going forward, who would they get in touch with in terms of just wanting to know a little bit more about how the application is proceeding?
Ms. Posado.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, through the site plan process itself, once that's made, there is myself who is for the foreseeable future to be a member of the City of London planning staff, so certainly they could reach out to me, as well as Mike Peace, ultimately, who is the site plan manager, and then ultimately there will be a planner assigned, a site plan person assigned to a file, and they will be the main person in charge of that file and can also certainly answer questions and provide information to the public as well.
That's it for questions.
So
Thank
I
you.
have Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Frank on the speakers list, and I'd like to welcome the mayor has just joined us. So I will go to the Deputy Mayor Lewis right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to expedite and to perhaps focus our conversation a little bit, I'm going to move the staff recommendation, but I have emailed with the clerk and I'm moving the staff recommendation with 3 amendments to them. The first would be to incorporate the floor plan cap on the grocery store, as we heard referenced. And I missed that exact number, but I did send that request to the clerk, 3,000.
3,000.
Yeah, I think it was, I concur, Councillor Hopkins, I think it was 3,200. But I'll leave that to the clerk to double check and make sure that that number is incorporated. The second modification would be to allow the rear yard setback at the 2 meters, recognizing that the applicant has agreed to provide the 10.5 meter on the other side yard. So I think that those two balance out nicely. And then the final one would be to allow the parking setback of 0.5 meters. And I will say to colleagues that the reason I'm supportive of that is I've looked at the site plan as brought forward by the applicant. I've spoken to both Mr. Mathers and the applicant about it as well. The 0.5 meters is actually only a restriction at the corner. The parking setback actually angles as the property develops along, and further back in the property, it actually attains the 3 meter setback as laid out. So we have a pinch point where the minimum is 0.5, but along a significant portion, the 3 meters is attained. The applicant has also noted in their submission to us on the letter that they sent in Friday that they're prepared to incorporate additional plantings in the parking lot as they're able to accommodate through the site plan process. So when we're talking about a small pinch point like that, I think that's a reasonable request if they're willing to offset that with planting elsewhere on site. So I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation with those 3 amendments: the parking setback at 0.5, the rear yard setback at 2, and the floor plan cap of 3,200 on the grocery store.
So I've got a motion. Can I get a seconder? I have a seconder, Councillor Hillier. I'll open the floor for questions and discussion. Councillor Frank.
So through the chair, is it still time to ask questions, or is it more comments now?
Absolutely would.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So one of them, I was wondering, the area in the top right corner, a designated future residential block, the Upper Thames in their report asked for the area to be labeled and zoned as open space 5, and I'm just wondering why staff didn't include that in the zoning recommendation. And sorry if I missed it, if it was in the report.
Ms. Pizzato.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the area that the Upper Thames has referred to in their letter is located in the southeast corner of the property. So it's adjacent to 920 Southdale Road West. That area is already zoned UR2, and there has been no change proposed for that area essentially. So in the absence of a fully completed EIS, it would be difficult to rezone that particular portion of the property. Because the EIS actually didn't speak to that UR2 area. At this time, that area is still zoned UR2 and will continue to do so, noting that any future development would require then another submission of potentially an EIS or revisions to the EIS, and certainly a zoning bylaw amendment application, which could be vetted through the public as well as through council.
Councillor Frank.
And through the chair, I'm also curious, I know that we have a climate emergency screening tool, and I am wondering, given what this development looks like and what's being included in it, including a drive-through, at what point we'll be using a climate lens process to look at these applications? And I feel like this would have been a really great starting point potentially if we had the climate lens tool available, but I am just wondering through the chair, when staff imagine they'll be able to use a climate lens on some of these applications.
Ms. Pizzato.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do review through our planning reports. We do have provided a small section with respect to the climate emergency and noting some of the considerations that we have for particular applications based on the type of application. I can tell you for this particular development that it is a mix of land uses, which offers a higher intensity in terms of the residential component. And because of the mix of uses, will hopefully also contribute to less of a car-centric type of uses here. People will be available close by that can then do their shopping, walking to their shopping endeavors, which is great. And it certainly would provide a bit more energy efficiency in terms of that higher intensity rather than the single detached that's predominant in this area. The overall design of the development also ensures like a street-oriented type of development with the pathways and walkway connections that will ultimately connect to the city's active mobility network. Again, potentially also lessening the need for car use for this site, for these sites. The new development can also be encouraged to certainly design their buildings from an optimal net zero type of energy use. I think that's something that also gets explored through site plan. And ensuring that we have adequate space for amenity area and landscaping and all of the things that can also reduce that island effect that we have also noted before. Also, the reduction in parking will help to reduce the amount of overall pavement, which is hopefully a contributing factor. And overall, the maintaining of the provincially significant wetland. And as we know, wetlands are very important and key features in our landscape in terms of reducing emissions and also acting as potential controls for flooding, etc. So it's very important and will be protected through this particular application. So I think that this application overall was looked through that sort of a lens, but I do certainly hear the point of with respect to the climate emergency, reviewing our applications more closely through that lens.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Given that there's a motion on the floor, I guess I just will provide comment at this point if that's okay. Yeah, okay, great.
Please go ahead.
So in general, I'm not going to vote for this proposal, and I don't support the rezoning of this area for commercial development based on the information provided, based on the reports, the environmental reports, and also the long list of requested exemptions by the applicant. It appears to me to be a vast overuse of the site. The site literally to me appears to be too small for the desired usage of the applicant, and that's on top of already reducing the parking spaces, reducing the drive-through spaces, reducing the setbacks. And I love intensity to the planner's point. Having mixed use and having high density and intensity is very helpful for addressing the climate emergency, but not at the expense, I find, of the natural and ecological benefits that we have for the area. And as the city grows, we need to be prioritizing our land use. There already appears to be a lot of commercial property in this area. Residents have said it's already meeting their needs. So I'm not keen on adding more commercial and office space to the edge of the city when we're trying to get folks to use office spaces that exist in our core areas. And with many people working from home, we've seen a dramatic decrease in people using their office spaces. So again, as residents mentioned, there already is a lot of vacant office and commercial units in this area and then across the city. So given that we're in this climate emergency, I'm hesitant also to approve new drive-throughs, given that likely, and people don't like to talk about it, but we're going to run out of oil and we're going to run out of gas. And if we're approving new drive-throughs that are going to get built in the next 5 or 10 years, we're not going to be able to really use these in 20 to 40 years. And I know a lot of people like to believe that we're going to be able to replace all gas cars with electric cars. We already know we have a finite amount of lithium on this planet, so we're not going to be able to use the drive-throughs. And I just don't see the point in approving something that's going to be obsolete in 40 to 50 years. So if anything, with this location, I think we need to be protecting our wetlands. It's only been more important given Bill 23, the biodiversity emergency that we have, the climate emergency we have, and the loss of these wetlands. We look at them in a case-by-case fashion, and to me, that's really a death by 1,000 cuts. And this site appears to be 80 to 90% either pavement or development, which I'm really quite worried about the salt that's going to be spilling into the wetland, despite the buffer, and I do appreciate the work that staff and the applicant have done to increase this buffer zone, but given the significant amount of pavement and building space, I don't think that really will be able to prevent that. So I'm going to be voting against the rezoning of this area for the above reasons, but again, I appreciate all the work that the applicant and staff have done to try and best make this space work for the environment.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions to the motion on the floor? Councillor Hopkins.
Well, do we have the amendment on, is that what we're speaking to, or? So.
Yeah, we were speaking to one motion that includes
so the
three.
full
Correct.
The full motion, okay.
Yeah.
So with that, I'm not supportive with the changes to make this go forward. I do understand that some kind of development is going to happen here. We have a decision from the OLT to make that happen. And I know staff have been working on this one for the past couple of years, and it's been a very difficult one. And I just do not like this last minute change that's before us here to make this happen. I do think it's over intensification in a sensitive area. It was challenged a number of years ago at OLT, and I do think we're forcing this through, but I am supportive of development in this area. This is way too much, and we're making these last-minute adjustments to make it happen. That is my concern, and I would have been more than happy to bring this forward. I was really pleased that we were trying to do some improvements on how we move in this area to allow for some form of development here. But unfortunately, given that it's all in one motion, I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions regarding this motion? I'll go to the mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And I did have a chance to listen in as I was driving. This is how exciting my car travel is now. I listen into planning committee meetings while I'm moving around the city. So I heard the discussion and the full debate. I know I joined a little bit late. In fact, I was intending on coming for the next few items, but given my reading of this, I will be supportive of the current motion on the floor for a couple of reasons. One, exactly as Councillor Hopkins mentioned, there is a history on this site that goes back not just the recent application, but many years, and also an OLT decision that basically says, it will be developed for commercial of some kind, and whether that is appealed or not, again, once we make our decision, is up to the community and other potential landowners in the area. But I'll tell you what I like about this is that the changes that are being suggested are minor in scope. Condensing the parking on the west side of the site actually keeps the parking away from the buffer zone, which I quite like, rather than pushing the parking and trying to have the developer probably pitch a proposal to us where they contract that expanded buffer zone across from the parking. They made it tight towards the existing roadway, which I'm much more comfortable with than them encroaching further on the buffer. I also like that, the buffer is robust, although it's skinny in some spots. It's very significant at the back of the site where they could have tried to go for a smaller buffer and perhaps a few more houses. I don't think the changes at the back of the site are substantive at all, given the additional setback that the developer is intending. And I know I certainly understand Councillor Frank's points about drive-throughs. In this case, I think the drive-through is situated ideal for redevelopment of another site, should that not be needed in the future in some way. But at the end of the day, we need a planning reason to reject an application, and these minor modifications to me don't constitute a significant deviance from where we should be. And I'm satisfied with our staff's answers to many of the questions that were given around them. So I'll support this application and as it's situated on the floor with the changes.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the committee? There. Councillor Frank.
Just I guess a planning question. Given Mayor Morgan's comments, I'm just wondering if like a overuse of a site is a planning reason not to approve a location. I guess I don't know the technical terms of what is a planning decision that would trigger like the failure of a planning site. So is like a significant overuse of a site a reason to turn down an application?
Ms. Posado.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if ultimately council or planning committee were to go forward with the refusal, then one of the potential grounds could be intensification on site, or over intensification on site could potentially be a reason that if council determines to go that way.
Any other questions or comments? So we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-2.
Thank you. Items for direction. 4.1, this is a planning application process changes due to Bill 109, the More Homes for Everyone Act 2022. Staff, I believe, want to address the committee on the impact that this will have for planning and for London. So I will go to staff for that presentation.
Good evening. It's good to be here to speak with you. So yes, this is a presentation on some of the process changes that are proposed for planning application reviews. So this is in response to Bill 109, which is the More Homes for Everyone Act, which is a bill that received royal assent back in April. So just to be clear, we're not talking about Bill 23. Also known as the More Homes Built Faster Act, which was, as noted earlier, received royal assent today. But this is dealing with Bill 109, which was approved back in April. So Bill 109 included amendments to multiple acts, but the one change that we wanted to focus on today was the addition to the Planning Act of mandatory refunds of planning application fees. So this change is in force for all applications submitted on or after January 1st of 2023. So we're preparing now for that change to come into force. What the act does is require a refund of application fees if no decision is made within the statutory time period. And there isn't a presentation on your added agenda, so it starts on page 610. On page 611, there's a table showing what those refunds look like. So starting with the statutory 90 days for a zoning bylaw amendment and 60 days for a site plan application, a 50% refund would be required, which moves up to 100% over time. We did an analysis of what this change would have looked like had it been in force for 2021. And what we found was that over 60% of application fees would have had to be refunded for zoning bylaw amendment applications. The intent of the legislation is to ensure municipalities make decisions quickly. And also it's important from our process and the reason for our fees is cost recovery. So we review our fees and establish the amounts based on a target for cost recovery. And the implication of this change would be to undermine that intent. And therefore it's necessary both for the intent of the legislation and for the rationale behind our fees to update our process to ensure that we're able to make decisions within the statutory timeframe. I'll note that the site plan process was able to achieve a decision within the statutory period 100% of the time in 2021. And as a result, we don't propose any changes to that process. Really what we're looking at is the zoning bylaw amendment process. This new process is divided into 3 phases, at which I'll talk about just briefly. The first being the pre-application consultation phase. And this is really the key change that we're proposing, moving much more emphasis in the review of an application into pre-application consultation, specifically around issue resolution and, where necessary, additional public engagement. So the record of pre-application consultation is a document that's provided at a pre-application meeting with the applicant. It identifies the studies and materials that need to be prepared and included as part of the application in order for us to make an informed recommendation and ultimately for council to make an informed decision on the application. What will be required is more work done early on and more specific issues identified in that record of pre-application consultation. So not only will it include a list of studies that are required, but also specific issues and information that need to be provided within those studies. Additionally, it could require public participation or public engagement through the pre-application process. So this could mean a public information meeting, which sometimes is required in addition to the public participation meeting at planning committee, like we experienced today. So those additional meetings would have to be included as part of pre-application consultation, as well as other meetings such as a review by the Urban Design Peer Review Panel, for example. Once the file is opened, it's important to note that the information must be complete and provided in accordance with that new, more detailed record of pre-application consultation. If information is meeting, the application would be deemed incomplete. As part of the file opening process, the committee meeting date would be established, and the application would be considered as final once the application's open. What that means is there would be no opportunity for major revisions to the application, which require a recirculation or updates to any of those supporting studies or reports. Also, through the circulation of the application, comments received would be geared not to the applicant, as they often are under the current process, but geared towards council, who would have to make a decision. So it's not going to identify changes for the applicant to make. Rather, it'll identify reasons for council to support or potentially refuse an application. Finally, this takes us to the last step in the application review, which is the recommendation and planning committee meeting. So it's possible that we could see an increase in recommendations for refusal as part of this updated process. And that's because we won't have the ability to identify those issues after an application is received and recommend to the applicant that they update their application. Hopefully those issues will be addressed through pre-application consultation, but if the application is submitted, it may, and information is meeting or missing, it may require a recommendation for refusal. There will also be potentially a new type of recommendation for refusal where we don't necessarily base it on planning concerns or policy analysis, for example, but on the technical issues or outstanding concerns that haven't been addressed. What this would do is allow an applicant to address those concerns through a subsequent application. We'll also be discouraging referral of applications back, or at least advising council of the financial implications of doing so. In our opinion, changes to a development proposal should be made through a new application. So the existing application should be refused and then a new application submitted that addresses those concerns. Where there's minor issues, we may use other tools such as direction to the site plan approval authority to address them, or potentially minor tweaks to the proposed zoning bylaw itself. But again, nothing that would require either a recirculation or an update to any of the supporting studies would be accepted once the application is open. So as I mentioned, this process comes into force for any application submitted on or after January 1st, which is when the changes to the Planning Act come into effect. This means that we're already advising potential applicants through pre-application processes of the coming changes, and even a pre-application meeting that's taking place today should be aware of this, because chances are those studies won't be prepared and ready to submit ahead of this change coming into force. Future actions that we'll be considering from a more medium and long-term perspective include a fees review. This is something we're already scheduled to do in 2023, but now given the changes in Bill 109, that review will also be considering potential updates to the approach, which could include potential refunds or credits of fees towards a future application if the existing one is withdrawn. It may include changes to consultation fees, given that much more work will be completed as part of the pre-application consultation phase instead of the application review itself, and other considerations. One thing we heard, and we did do engagement with the development industry on this, is that in order to ensure quality submissions and that there are no issues that come up during the application, is that clear expectations need to be established for those reports and studies. So one way we may be able to achieve that is to provide new terms of reference or criteria for what goes into those reports and studies. Longer term changes, and again, not knowing exactly how the transition is going to go, will include an evaluation of our resource needs, which may factor into future multi-year budget processes. And then the last point, when we consider potential future actions, is that we want to be really clear that this is going to be a transition, and we want to be open to considering unexpected issues that come up, and so we'll be monitoring those and reporting back in a few months in case of any other changes that may be required. So that's my brief presentation. I'm happy to take any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Adema, for that thorough overview and the impacts to planning and the impacts that will definitely be felt by this committee. So I'll go to committee members now for any questions for Mr. Adema. Councilor Hillier.
Yes, just recording one statement in here on page 7 of the proposal. It says a revised development proposal should be considered in a new application. What happens to the work done so far?
Mr. Adema.
So I believe that references to an application that comes to council. So it would be considered, and a report will be prepared and brought to planning committee as per usual, with the recommendation for refusal if there's an outstanding issue. The expectation would be then a new application is submitted and the process starts over. I mean, I'm sure that if there's similarities between the proposal within a new application, that a lot of the studies could be applied again or reused with whatever issue had been identified being corrected.
Councilor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the report. I know we're just receiving it here tonight, and I do want to make some comments about the public engagement strategy. I think is a great idea, having it done in the front, maybe possibility through the pre-application process. I think that is, a positive step going forward. The other thing, I'm glad to hear about the clear expectations, terms of references, things like that are going to be looked at and changed. I want to address the 30% recoverable fees. I understand a review is in place. The report should be coming to us in 2023, but given that we only recover 30% of our fees, do we, are we going to be looking at full recovery, or what's the plan, or getting more planners? I'm not exactly sure what the plan going forward is going to look like to recover these fees. What are we looking at?
Mr. Mathers, I'm not sure if this is for you or for Ms. Barbone, but I'll go to you.
Absolutely. Through the chair, in the last year, we had hired a consultant to take a look at our fees and what we charge compared to other municipalities as well. We're not too far off, but we think that we can make a case to increase the proportion of funding that's supported by the various types of permitting and fees that we charge. So we think we're in a good position to be able to bring something to council to be able to justify that change. As part of moving forward, and as part of the strategic plan that you'll be seeing moving forward as well, and all of the changes that have happened, we will be looking at bringing forward some discussion and some a plan for how we can try to meet these timeframes moving forward. So that may include looking at staffing resources. But before that happens, we are going through a comprehensive streamlining effort, and we want to make sure that we get through that process so that if we do make recommendations for hiring in the future, that it's based on a process that is streamlined and effective.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, just one more question. Thank you for that. Just the site plan process, and I know there's a number of agencies that make comments to applications, and if their comments aren't included, what are the consequences, or where are the opportunities for having agencies make comments to applications? Where's that process?
Go to Mr. Adema.
Through the chair, so we're not proposing any changes to the site plan process. So whatever is in place today would continue under the Bill 109 changes. I don't know if we still have our site plan manager to talk specifically to how that works today, because that would be continued in the future.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Mayor Morgan, Mr. Wallace of LDI had got his request in time for our agenda. However, it did not appear in our written report. So I would like to entertain a motion from the floor, from committee to hear Mr. Wallace, his thoughts on this. Councillor Hillier has moved it and Deputy Mayor Lewis has seconded. So I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries.
Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, councillors. And I'm sorry I'm your last delegation for this evening. I know this is a report for information, but this is action that your staff are going to be taking on this. I will be sending you a more detailed letter between now and council on this, so I'm going to highlight a few things. This is about the moving things from the application process to the pre-application process, where they expect developers to spend money, time, and effort on stuff before they even submit an application. So there is a significant change here. And as you even saw tonight, some people are changed zoning just to sell the land. They're not developers. They're not developing the land. And so what is decisions making during the process that has happened over time, now all has to be done, spend money before you even put in an application. Look, you're not the only municipality in the country or in the province doing this. I know everyone's trying to figure out how to avoid the charges that would be coming if you're late with your decision making. But just look at your chart on page under 2, impact on planning and applications. I think it was in your supplemental piece today. Only 7 of 24 ZBAs would have met the time frame. Not saying when in the time frame, but only 7 of 24. 1 of 35 ZBA/OPA would have made the time frame without any charge. 1 out of 35. There's a paragraph in there that talks about multiple causes of multiple delays, which is accurate in terms of why there are delays. It does lay some of the blame around. Some of the blame has to be here at the city. I don't think that paragraph demonstrates that well. This is clearly the importance of rethink zoning, where you got to get your zoning right. Look at what happened tonight. You had people here trying to maneuver the old zoning bylaw to meet the London plan. And then when they did that, they had something that matched the London plan completely, had staff report in favor of, and you referred it. That would have cost you money because you couldn't have done it. You'd have to have a refusal under this process. So the rethink zoning process, let's get it right so there are less ZBAs going forward. We agree with some of the parts in here, like a target date for a PEC meeting. It's important for us to know what we're working towards as an organization. We do appreciate staff has consulted with the industry prior to tonight's report. They've done a very good job. It's been probably not the happiest discussion we've ever had, but it has been a discussion. And one of the items that were mentioned is that there is no timeframes around the pre-consultation. Nothing in the law, but at least the city should try to put something in place so that we would have an idea that the pre-consultation process doesn't go on for years before you can even put in a complete application. It just does not make sense. You're just going against what the province is trying to achieve, what we're trying to achieve, and producing more homes for more people in London. You got a target of 47,000 new residents in 10 years. 47, and you can't get around that. That is a provincial obligation that they're requiring for this city. We agree with the comments on circulations. If they don't get back to you, if an agency does not get back to you in time and under the time frame, you consider it done. You just report, no comment. That's the way it should be. They know the time frames. They have a responsibility to make that time frame, and if they don't, you don't just say, oh, well, it's them. We've got to move on it. You need to change the rules of delegation timeframes. If you're going to be refusing a whole bunch of ZBAs and OPAs, which is what's going to happen, you're going to give people 5 minutes to explain why that should not happen on multi-million-dollar projects. It's not fair. It's just not fair. You need to review how those presentations, how you deal with them. You should be the same as staff. You give staff lots of time or ask lots of questions of the delegations, but 5 minutes is just not appropriate. The idea of reapplying, restarting, as Councillor Hillier pointed out, is a very costly event, both in financial and in time, and does exactly the opposite of producing the housing that you need for this community. We do believe that decoupling the ZBAs from the subdivision and condominium application is an acceptable way of doing things. We want to be consulted on the fee review, which we know we would be anyways. The one key thing that we are really interested in is an ongoing review of how this change after Bill 109 goes in place. Let's do a continuous review with the industry, what we can do better, what we can do faster, what we can make happen. And finally, I want to tell you, as an organization, we have been lobbying the provincial government to make a change, which I think your side would appreciate. We think that the applicant, in this case the private sector, should have the right to waive the requirement of the fee return if the application is moving forward and things are progressing. At the applicant's request, not at the city's request, but the applicant's request, that change to the legislation in Bill 109 in terms of implementation, I think would be very helpful. And we have been lobbying for that directly with the ministers who will make that decision. So, not saying it's going to happen, but we think it's good for us. We think it's good for you. We think it's good for the process. And we want to, we want to let you know we're on, we want to work together. We want to work with the city to make things happen. The city needs it. The number of people that are coming to this fantastic city is going to increase and increase, and we need to meet that need. So that is my presentation for this evening, and I will send a more detailed letter along the same lines so you have it for council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. I'll go to Mayor Morgan.
Yes, thank you. And I'm glad Mr. Wallace spoke before me because we do agree on the point he just made, which is one of my concerns. I've seen time and time again our staff work with a developer or an applicant beyond the statutory timelines because they're very close to a resolution. They want to continue on. And I certainly don't want to see a situation where either we feel pressured to refuse an application or bring it to a vote because of the fees, when there is an option to continue working on the file. And I like the approach that Mr. Wallace said, and I'd certainly feel comfortable advocating with him for that change because I have seen time and time again where at the developer's request or the applicant's request, a referral has been asked for to give more time to work with staff. And under these conditions, that sort of request would be met with also, a mandatory fee reduction in some cases, which would not be the intent of anybody involved in the process. Ultimately, the goal here is to try to streamline the process, make it as efficient as possible. And the province's intent here is to try to get us, moving as quickly as possible on approvals and improve our processes. So, I agree with Mr. Wallace on that. And that was actually one of the points that I wanted to raise with our staff. And I wouldn't mind hearing our staff comment on that particular piece, if there's any sort of issue or discomfort with, us working on that with the government to see if they can change that in either the regulations or otherwise, because I have seen time and time again, our staff work closely on a file that is very close to fruition or coming to completion, and yet just might be at that statutory timeline that we might have to meet.
Mr. Mathers, I'll go to you to respond to the mayor's comments.
Through the chair, completely want to acknowledge the comments from the mayor and from Mr. Wallace. In what we're saying today, we're not trying to say that we can't improve. We are very much focused on our continuous improvement, and we think we can completely that we can still move forward on that basis. So, we as staff, we would be very much thankful and would want to try to support any efforts with lobbying the provincial government on any kind of changes we can make. As noted in the report, there are a couple things that we can do from a bylaw perspective that would actually allow a developer that's moving forward and wants to revoke their application and have a credit on their fees. That's something that we want to move forward through a change in our current bylaws. That's not something we can just snap our fingers. It's going to take a couple more council cycles, but we'll bring that forward. So we're very much supportive with working with folks and also that continuous improvement, just wanting to do better. And my hope is to be able to bring forward those changes very quickly. And I'm very supportive of working with council and committee on that, and also the development community.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. We'll go back to the mayor.
Yeah, and I'll just conclude with the comment that I completely agree with what Mr. Mathers has said. I do have a lot of confidence in our staff and the desire to improve processes. And I also know that there are some pressures beyond their control from a staffing perspective. As one example, the volume is going up and will continue to go up. The ability to process those is not just a function of streamlining our processes, which I think we all agree that we are committed to doing and have a complete willingness to do, but also ensuring that we have the people in place to process those applications in a timely fashion as well. So I certainly don't want my comments to be taken as that I'm not very supportive of Mr. Mathers and his team's desire to exist in a situation of continuous improvement on our processes.
Thank you. I'll go to the committee for any further comments or questions. Then I'd like to kind of sum up here. I believe the industry and the city have made great strides in working together, especially in seeing the London Plan come about and get rid of all the challenges, more of a settled place. We face a lot of challenges providing housing, both those that are building and the city that are doing our part to provide affordable housing for people living in London and moving to London. The challenges with the stresses that we already experience, the stresses are increased now with these fairly significant changes in the two bills, Bill 23 and Bill 109. So I want to just ask that we be cautious of retreating into our silos and our sides, but we continue to work together, respect each other, and find ways that both of us can get to find a path forward that satisfies both, because both parties need to be successful here for the city to thrive. So those are my comments as we go forward. I know I'm confident that the industry feels the same way. I mean, I'm glad to hear, Mr. Wallace was part of the pre-consultations even before this presentation and present to us. And Mr. Mathers is doing fantastic work with the challenges that he had that the mayor alluded to regarding staffing. But there is a willingness for sure to entertain changes that will allow more homes to get to more people quicker. So thank you, Mr. Wallace, for your presentation. And thank you, committee, for your comments today. That's it for items of direction. I will ask a motion to receive the report. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier. We'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. There are no deferred additional business. I apologize.
There's one on the end.
That close.
It's
Which
Bill
one?
23.
Which one?
It's page 6.
My apologies. Closing in at 10 o'clock here. I was a little eager. Councillor Hopkins.
I'll just like to make a motion to receive the report.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Lewis. We'll call that vote.
Oh, he's got his hand up. I'm sorry. We're voting.
Yes, we are.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Before I adjourn, I just want to, first of all, thank the committee. That was our first one of the new term, and it was a biggie. And I want to welcome Councillor Frank. He did a great job. I would argue, one of the harder committees, not the hardest, and to keep your head in the game for so long. Well done. And to our visiting Councillor Prebble, thank you for joining us for the evening. Much appreciated. And of course, planning staff, thank you for your concise remarks, introducing each item, and for your guidance as we worked our way through the portion. Before I go, I see Mayor Morgan. Sorry, Mayor, have your hand up. Go to you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I didn't want to slow you down from passing all those votes, but a part of the reason I came tonight was to speak on the item we just passed, given it's under additional business. I did want to give the committee an opportunity to provide just a very brief further update on Bill 23. As you know, it passed the legislature and received royal assent. However, there are certainly still concerns that many others have on the impacts of this particular bill. I want you to know that there is a meeting of the Ontario Big City Mayors scheduled on Friday, where we will be talking about our next steps on this particular endeavor. Certainly, the bill passes does indicate the province's very strong willingness to move forward with this, but there is still a series of regulations that are going to be associated with the bill, and of course, an opportunity to perhaps make amendments to legislation at a future date as we continue to discuss the serious impacts, particularly on the financial side, that this bill causes for municipalities like the City of London and many others. You'll have seen on social media and in the news tonight a number of mayors speak out with their concerns about the passing of the bill. I certainly echo my voice to those concerns, and I supported. I want to say thank you to council for having the special meeting and us carving out a position. I do not believe the passing of the bill is the end of this discussion. I believe it is just a step in the process. We do have to have serious conversations with the province about the implications, particularly on the financial side that Bill 23 has, and we will continue to do so through both ourselves and through our different organizations. And I know Councillor Hopkins could talk extensively about the work that AMO continues to do on this as well. In fact, her and I met earlier today to ensure that our efforts are coordinated on this. So I did want to provide that update to Planning Committee, given this added item from Marco was on the agenda. And the reason why it was on the agenda was because it wasn't submitted in time for our special meeting, but it was still important for committee to receive it. But I did have that additional update for you today that I wanted to add before you concluded your meeting. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. I apologize for not noticing you earlier. Things are moving rather quickly in this regard. I certainly didn't expect as many that bill would pass today. And I'm glad you were able to provide that input and update on your position and the position by your cohorts across the province, because yeah, I think as council expressed, there's serious concerns with the financial implications that are coming our way. So thank you for filling us in on where you stand. And with that, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Well, I'm sorry, I'll call for, can I just do that? I'll call committee for hands up to support adjourning the meeting. Motion carried, we're adjourned. God, I got nothing.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mayor, for joining us.